You may now begin.
Thank you. Good morning. Today is Wednesday, October 6th, 2021. And this is the Streets, Traffic and Refuse Committee meeting. The meeting is called to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Alderman Boyd,
He's on his way.
Alderman Vaccaro,
Present.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Present.
Alderman Bosley,
Present.
Alderwoman Martin, Alderwoman Schweitzer,
Present.
Alderwoman Peel,
Present.
Chairwoman Tyus.
Present.
6 present, you have quorum.
Thank you. And the next order of business is the approval of minutes. The minutes are from Wednesday, September 29th, 2021. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of Wednesday, September 29th, 2021.
I'll make the motion. We approve the minutes.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Alderman Boyd, Alderman Vaccaro,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Bosley,
Aye.
Alderwoman Martin, Alderwoman Schweitzer,
Aye.
Alderwoman Peel,
Aye.
Chairwoman Tyus.
Aye.
6 aye votes.
By your motion, you sustain the motion to approve the minutes from Wednesday, September 29th, 2021. Okay, today we don't have any board bills or resolutions. The street committee actually has several things under its purview. One of the duties of different standing committees is to look into the operations of different departments that may fall up under their purview. Also, sometimes you get allegations about improper conduct or something that's not running right, or even just to have a hearing to make suggestions about how it should be run better. So this is an investigation of the toll lot. It's the third one in my career, spanning back from 1991. And sometimes they get the different toll lots confused. So that's one of the things that we will go into. I have invited, we're going to do this in 3 to 4 bites, because you never know how many people are going to show up. We have a rule that says public can engage, but you don't know if the public will engage and come to speak or not. So that makes it hard to really know how long things will take. So what I did is I divided this investigation, and that's what it is, into 4 different kind of parts. This first week, we're going to have the streets employees, along with the new director, Bethany Williams, the former director, Jamie Wilson, the commissioner of streets, Kent Flakes, and the person who runs toll lot at this point is Ed Young. They're going to be with us, along with the people from the comptroller's office who did an audit of this of the toll lot. And those people are Leonard Bell, Jason Fletcher, and Mr. Hassan. I'm saying your last name because I will butcher your first name, and I will let you say it when you come on board so I can then hear it and maybe get it right. I'm still learning how to say Alderwoman Peel's name correctly, and she gets on me all the time because I put it in my head that it was Phil, and so I cannot get it out of there. So I'm just going to say Mr. Hassan. But those will be the first people. I will bring the people from the comptroller's office. I will first, because I want them to talk about what they did, what kind of audit they did, why they did it. I placed all of those documents along with the documents I had given you back in June or July on the Google Drive. The documents for the audit is very interesting. And we will also have the street department be here as many times as they want to. If they want to clear up misinformation, or they think things are being said that's incorrectly, then we will do that. I'm doing it weekly instead of a whole week long, because that just takes up too much time. I found with investigations, and people have other committees that they serve on. So if you just do it weekly, we'll be able to, I'm going to try to get these things transcribed also, and then we'll do a committee report when we're finished. So I used to be a trial lawyer a long time ago, so this feels familiar for me. Okay. I want to say I don't have any preconceived notions about if anything is true or not. I have been getting a lot of contact from people that used to work at the tow lot that have a lot to say, people who are suing the city that have a lot to say, people who people who live in the city or have had their cars towed, they got a lot to say. So I want all of them to have a chance to come aboard, and then they will be sworn in. Everybody who wants to testify will be sworn in, and then we will give them a chance to talk to us, and then we will ask questions. Again, I don't have any preconceived notions. I wasn't a former prosecutor. I come from a defense attorney background. To me, people are innocent until proven guilty. I hope all the committee members have an open mind and listen to all sides. We should not have our minds made up just because somebody told us something at this point. Perhaps that some allegations will be proven. Perhaps they will be shown to be false. There might be some procedures that need to be changed. We'll be looking to that almighty procedure manual, which I've been asking for a while. But we're doing this investigation because I don't think we had any choice because of the major allegations that were coming up. And that's our duty as members of the Board of Aldermen to do these kind of things. It's not to taint anybody or to find somebody's guilty just because somebody made allegations, but to have hearings. And sometimes when you have hearings, you clear up a lot of misinformation that has been put out there because a lot of times people don't get a chance to reply. This will give the people who work in the tow lot and the people who've been running this program, Mr. Flakes, Mr. Wilson, a chance to reply. I will say thank you to the people who were able to take the tour. We took the tour Monday of the tow lot. In all my 30 years, I have never been there. I want to say I'm appalled at the conditions that the people work in. I want to start out with that. We, the city, ought to be ashamed of ourselves. I physically had to come inside and I got sick. I was so disappointed in what the work environment looks like. Nobody should have to work in an environment like that. Many of you all know I'm an advocate for city workers. And I mean, floors worn out, air conditioning that doesn't work. It was awful. So even irrespective of this investigation we're going to do, I want you to know that we, the city, have to do better by our employees. And I'm going to call up the chief of staff when we get off of this thing to talk to him about that we need to find some money to improve the working conditions of our employees. It is absolutely embarrassing. Alderwoman Peel came, Alderman Bosley came. Some of you have said you're going to go back out there at a different time. Please go out there and see. I've never been there before. I've never had a car towed. I was just like, oh my God, this is where the people work at. It is not fair. We owe our employees a gratitude. We owe them a decent working condition, and that's not a decent working condition. I want to start out by saying that. That doesn't make me be prejudiced about what I'm getting ready to hear, but I did want to make that record. And I tell anybody who's on this committee, who's not on the committee, if you're not on the committee and you're a member of the board, go see where these people work. It's not right. Okay. The first thing we're going to do is I invited the people who did some audits of the tow lot to come and talk to us. And we have with us a Mr. Edwin Young. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Leonard Bell Jr., who is the MBA MSF Internal Audit Manager for the Office of the Comptroller. We have Mr. Jason Fletcher, who's a CPA and a Financial Operations Support Manager for the Office of the Comptroller. And we have Mr. Hassan. And again, I'm not saying his first name because I will murder it. And we will start with Mr. Fletcher and then go to Mr. Bell and Mr. Hassan. Mr. Fletcher, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, I don't see you. I don't see any.
Oh, okay.
I need to see your face if you're going to test. Okay, I have to see all your faces. Okay, very, very good. Okay. Just a minute, Mr. Hassan, how do you say your first name?
My name is my first name is pronounced Olaide, Olaide.
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 Okay. Whole lot.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Alderwoman Tyus. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having us on here today. My name is Jason Fletcher, and I am a fiscal operations support manager in the comptroller's office.
And I'm gonna have you, hold on just a moment. I'm gonna need to swear you in.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh.
I need you to raise your hand.
Okay.
And I don't know, do you affirm or do you swear?
I affirm.
Okay.
Okay.
You've already stated your
I
name.
don't
Do
know.
you, Mr. Jason Fletcher, affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I affirm.
Okay. I put the affirm already in there for you, okay?
Okay. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So as I said, or as I was going to say, I'm the fiscal operations support manager in the comptroller's office. I'm responsible for overseeing the internal audit section. As you said, I also have with me Leonard Bell, who is the audit manager of the section, and I have Olaidi Hassan, who is the supervisor of one of the teams of the audit section. I guess I could start by giving a brief overview of the objectives in internal audit. And then from there, I've asked Leonard Bell to maybe he can go into a little more detail of the audits that we've completed since 2018 of the tow lot division.
All right.
So the objectives of
Can
internal
I
audit
ask you a
section.
question first?
Sure,
Why did you do an audit of the tow lot?
Well, it depends on which one you're talking about, but typically speaking, we do an annual risk assessment every year where we assess the risk of the city departments, city accounts, revenues, expenditures, different contracts of the city, and we score the contracts, accounts, areas, and departments with a risk score, and then at the end of or at the beginning of the year, with discussions with department heads and or the comptroller, we actually choose and what we call an audit plan, an annual audit plan based on those risks. So some of the audits that we've done of the tow lot and other departments are just simply that we feel based on previous audits, previous findings, could be input from the public.
So would you say it's standard procedure then, some of the audits?
Yes, yeah, some of the audits are standard procedure. Others, we may actually get a department head that says, hey, you know, I really want you guys to come look, see what you can help us figure things out and, you know, make some improvements. And others may just be citizens or employees that call and say, hey, I think there's some issues here. Can you guys come take a look?
Okay.
So it's for all the above reasons.
And so could a member of the Board of Aldermen also ask you, or the mayor's office in some back place?
Sure.
An elected official? Okay.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
So yeah, the objectives of the internal audit section are to provide independence, that's key, and objective assurance and consulting services to the city of St. Louis in order to add value and improve operations. And I want to say that we accomplish this through by employing a highly systematic and disciplined audit approach to our reviews. All of our staff are trained audit professionals. They're supervised by audit supervisors who are trained audit professionals, as well as managers who are as well trained audit professionals. So that's kind of the objective that we have in internal audit. One of the biggest being independent. We look at every department, comptroller included, the comptroller's office all the way through. We are independent and objective in our review services for the city.
Okay. And so I have before me here, I guess, a couple of audits. I have two. One is dated November 18th, and that's the revenue review, auto towing and storage division. And everybody has access to that on their Google Drive. And I have another one that's dated March 19th, 2021. Is that correct? Are those the audits I'm supposed to have?
Yes, yes,
Hold
there
on
was
just a moment. I see.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bell's. Go ahead, Mr. Bell.
You need to swear me in first.
Oh, because you got the most information?
No, I just want to
Okay.
follow the protocol.
Okay, but I'm just saying, are we missing at this point? Are we missing an audit?
No, you are not, and I just want to provide clarity to what
And
Mr.
we will do that in just a second, okay?
Okay, fine.
Okay, let me run my committee. I promise you, you'll get to you, and then both of you all will be talking. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah, so there's a special review of the tow lot. Then there is a payroll review of the tow lot. And then there was a 2018 audit I'm sorry, let me get the actual number. 2018 audit was revenue audit 04. So it's 2018 revenue audit 04. So 2021 SP01 is the name, 2018 RR04, and 2021 PD13.
So
So those-
I have PD 13 and I have RR04. And what was the other one that I'm supposed to
It's-
have?
SP01. That's our special review where we did actually have folks from around the city and or public ask us to look into the tow lot.
And was that sent, do you know if that was sent to me? I don't seem to have printed that one out.
Leonard,
Ms. Tyus, that was, I think your clerk had actually provided you a copy of that because in brief discussion yesterday, you.
Okay, and so let me stop you. So I am gonna swear you in. Mr. Fletcher cannot allow you to talk without me talking, okay? I know he's used to running things, but in this case, disregard him, okay? Disregard the man behind the curtain, okay? But I am gonna take your suggestion. I'm gonna swear in Mr. Bell and Mr. Hassan so that if you do need to refer to them, Mr. Fletcher, they will be sworn in. We'll start with
Okay.
Mr. Bell. Would you state your name and your title?
Leonard E. Bell Jr., Internal Audit Manager, Comptroller's Office, City of St. Louis.
And do you affirm or will you swear?
I affirm.
Okay, Mr. Bell, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hassan, would you state your name and title, please?
My name is Olaide Hassan. I'm the audit supervisor in the Comptroller's Office, the internal audit section.
And do you affirm or do you swear?
I affirm.
Mr. Hassan, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Streets Committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so what we'll do is all of you all can unmute, and then Mr. Fletcher, if you're talking and you need to refer to one of them, they're sworn in. So, and then, but don't wait until I acknowledge you, so that if he says he needs to do Mr. Bell, let me acknowledge you so we can make sure we have this in an orderly fashion, if you don't mind.
okay.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Fletcher.
So what was the question?
Oh,
So,
I
yeah,
asked,
you
did I
should have-
get the other one? And Mr. Bell had an answer. Yes, Mr. Bell?
I think you did have access to that. In a brief conversation yesterday, you mentioned that the clerk had actually downloaded the report, which should have been 2021 SP01, because you did briefly discuss one of the observations regarding reconciliation. And so the request that came from me yesterday was to provide you the copies of 2018 RO4 and 2021 PD13, and that's what was provided by way of the email.
Okay, so now I have 2021 PD13. I'm looking on our documents. We got RR04. We got the abandoned vehicle manual. Let's see what this PDF is. Maybe I forgot one. And that's the RR04. Okay. And this is the SP01.
Yes.
One SP01, yes.
Is that? That's the one I guess I haven't printed out. Okay, long as I have it, I'll print it out. All right, go ahead.
I have no other comment at this time.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher, go ahead.
So do you want me to go? I'm sorry, I just don't know what the next question is.
Okay, it wasn't a question. I was just
Okay.
letting you do a little presentation about, where did you go here? Okay, I was letting you do a little presentation about what you do, why you do it, and then we were gonna go on to people who actually did the audit, because I know you weren't the person doing the audit. So if you had anything
Right.
else to say, then you could go ahead and do that.
Okay, great. No, I just went over the, in order for us to meet our objectives, we employ a highly systematic approach to our audits, our audit reviews. So from there, I was just going to actually introduce Leonard Bell and to give a brief overview of the 3 audits that we've done since 2018. So we've done, again, in 2018, we performed a revenue review. That's what RR stands for. So we looked at the revenue collection processes of the tow lot. It's very important. And then in 2021, we did 2 reviews. One was a special review that was requested by the public and or employees. And then out of that audit, we also did a payroll review where we reviewed the payroll processes of the division as well. So those were kind of in sync, those 2 audits together. So yeah, Leonard, if it's okay with Alderwoman Tyus, I'd like to bring Leonard on just to give a little bit more detail on those 3 audits.
Thank you. Just for clarity to the committee and to
Hold on. Alderwoman Tyus is on mute.
Hold on just a minute. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. You can stay on. So all of you all, if you want to refer back to each other, I'm going to look to you as a group now that you're sworn in. Okay, Mr. Bell.
Okay. As Mr. Fletcher stated, that we have audits that are selected based upon a risk assessment, and we do have audits that are conducted by a special request. I do want to clarify that 2018 RO04 was part of our risk assessment plan. 2021 SPO1 was a special request audit performed and was not originally part of our audit plan. The 2021 PD 13, which is also a payroll distribution, was not part of our regular audit plan, but because of the risk associated in that department, we extended our coverage to include a payroll distribution review. The revenue review pretty much looked at assessing the revenue reporting and collection process. The special review looked at assessing the operational activities of the division. The payroll distribution review looked at the payroll period ending January 30th, 2021. And the objectives of that review were to verify only eligible employees received wages and wage receipts were adequately safeguarded, employees were paid for actual hours worked or approved paid leave, and accruals and use of paid leave were accurate. That is my statement at this time.
Okay. And were you were actively involved in the audit?
I was actively involved in 2021 SP01 and 2021 PD 13. Mr. Aladi Hassan actually performed 2018 RO04. So he would be the authoritative voice, the more active voice on RO04, as well as he can speak to 2021 SP01 and 2020 PD 13. But for clarity to your question, I was more strategically involved with 2021 SP01 and 2021 PD 13.
Okay. Now I want to just a minute, Hassan, Mr. Hassan, before I go any further. If the committee members have questions, I was just going to let them make a presentation. And then if anybody on the committee has questions, if you raise your hand, we can stop and get the answers right now. But I did want to let Mr. Hassan finish anything he might have to say before we see if you need questions. That's all right. Okay, Mr. Hassan, you need to, there you go, unmute. How are you this morning?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Olaide Hassan. I've been with the Internal Audit Section, Controller Office for 21 years now. And for the audit that we performed in 2018, I was the auditor in charge of the project. And that was part of our annual audit plan based on the risk assessment. So the audit that I performed, which was always on revenue from the auto towing division, which was based mainly on the revenue from the auction, the vehicle auction, and the toll fees and storage fees. And then we have a couple of recommendations that we put in for improvement. That was contained in our report that was issued, dated November 14, 2018. So if there's any question, I'm here.
Okay, well, I would, does anybody have any questions?
Alderman Tyus.
Not Alderman,
Alderwoman.
always Alderwoman.
Okay, excuse me, Alderwoman Tyus. For a point of clarity, before we address the questions, we want to clarify that our responses will only be confined to the content and the scope of our issue reports.
That is what I'm going to ask you questions about. That's why I wanted to make sure I had them all before me, okay?
Thank you.
And that's what I wouldn't expect you to know how other things, but since you did these audits, you should be able to tell me why you did them, what's in them, if anything's been addressed, if anything wasn't addressed. I look at the point that you did an audit in 18, then you came back and did 2 more audits in 21. I did read them, so there were some things that I feel like have not been addressed as of today. And so that's why I wanted you to be here to go over it. Hope you're not making allegations, you're just showing your findings of doing an audit.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay, well, I want to start with November 14th, 2018. And this is the RR stands for what, I'm sorry?
Revenue review.
revenue review.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me what that means?
We classify or categorize our audit based on the type of audit. We have the revenue review audit. We have the expenditure review audit. It can be fixed assets, payroll. So we use the acronym to represent each audit. RR stands for revenue review.
So that means you're auditing the revenue that comes in. I'm trying to make it so that
Yeah,
everybody else,
yeah,
because
so
sometimes you use terms and everyday people don't understand. So I want to make it as plain as possible. So that just means the money that comes into the toll lot. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay. And in doing this revenue review, did you audit like when they have a when they sell cars, like what do you call the out there on the lot? What is that called when they sell the cars?
Auction, the auction.
Auction, yes. Did
Yes.
you audit the auction money?
Yes, our review was focused on the auction sales, which was done every Thursday, and the towing fee and storage fee that was collected for vehicles that were towed and redeemed.
So also any money that came in from when people came to reclaim their vehicles?
Yeah, yes, to redeem their vehicle after being towed.
Okay, and also money that came in if they declared that the vehicles could not be sold and they made them, what do you call, when they said that they sold them to the scrap yards. Did you also audit that money also?
No, for the 2018, it was only limited to the auction fee and the towing fee. It did not do anything about crushed vehicle in 2018.
So you didn't do scrap in 2018?
Yes.
Can you tell me why?
It was not included in the scope of our audit at that time.
Okay, but
Our
wouldn't that
audit
be
is guided by the scope of review, which was defined in the assignment sheet given to the auditor.
and
it
so
was
who
only
does the
limited
scope of review?
For a point of clarity, Alderwoman Tyus.
Wait a minute, wait. Do you know who does the scope of review?
Yes, I do. I'm
I'm not talking to you, Mr. Bell. I have to acknowledge you. I'm talking to Mr. Hassan. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, at that time I was the auditor in charge, so the scope of review was defined by the audit supervisor and the audit manager at that time.
You went so fast, I couldn't hear that, okay? It was.
I said the scope of review was defined by the audit manager and the audit supervisor.
Okay, Mr. Bell, you had more to input?
No, I will decline at this time because I was not in the position of audit manager at that time. So I will digress and withdraw any point of clarity at this time.
Okay, and what about you, Mr. Fletcher?
Yes, Alderwoman Tyus. I actually was the audit manager at the time. And so one thing that may not be apparent, but we have to keep in mind that when we do our risk assessment with the limited staff and resources that we have, although we're fully furnished and we work hard, we have to assess the risk sometimes of a revenue process. We maybe have to parse it out sometimes. And in this case, because the crushed vehicles and scrap services were done through contract at that moment in 2018, from what I recall, it was posed less risk than the actual collection of cash in the auction yard, as well as the processes that pertain to that. So from what I recall, it just was, we parsed it out because we don't have, sometimes we just don't have the time to do the entire department or division. So we parse out the higher risk areas and we address those first.
So at that time, you didn't feel like that scrap was a high risk?
At the time, no.
Okay. Did you come to ever believe that? Because I've been getting a lot of complaints from people who say that is one of the problems at the toll lot. And did you ever do a assessment of the scrap?
We have now in 2021, yes.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. So going back to Mr. Hassan. In doing your audit, can you just kind of give me an overview of what you found in this audit of November 14th, 2018?
Our review of the November audit of 2018, we have a couple of areas of improvement that we recommended, which we believe that they need to do a little more. And these are listed in the report as a part of our observation. One of them was that at the time we did the review, the department or the division does not have a comprehensive or detailed written policies and procedure on how they do their activities every day. So we recommended that there's something should be put in place, which will be more detailed and comprehensive, to guide on what, to provide information on what they do and how they do their work. And that was also a follow-up to our previous audit that we conducted in 2012, which the report was issued in 2012, and it was one of the observations that we recommended at that time. But nothing was done until we came back in 2018, and we have to put in the same recommendation.
Okay, so you had an audit in 2012. And so when I'm looking at page, do you have a copy of the 2018 document before you?
Yes, after 2018, yeah. I'm looking at this
Okay.
one.
And so I'm looking at page 2, the status of prior observation.
Yes,
Okay, and that was the one you refer back to May 25th, 2012.
yes. So it had to be a repeated observation because it wasn't, they didn't do anything to improve it.
Okay,
Instead,
so
it repeated.
I want to just go down this for a minute. It says opportunity to improve security and transport in daily deposits. So that was a repeat from a prior audit,
Yes,
okay? And you didn't find that they had completed as you would wish for them to do? They had not made
yeah,
the
because
improvement?
at that time, what was in place was that the transport of fund from the auction was being carried to downtown by individual. And we thought that was a high risk. And
Okay,
that has
so
been in place
transport
all
of
along.
funds was not done by a security vehicle, or
Yes,
so it was done by individual,
yes.
okay? So the next one says opportunity to establish written procedures for the distribution of excess auction monies. That's another repeated. And what was that? The second,
Okay, yes.
page
What
2,
we
right
find
under
out
the
that,
opportunity.
well, what we find out that there was an state regulation that says excess money should be given out for excess from the sales of vehicle should be given out to the owner of the vehicle. But this money was being kept, it wasn't done according to the procedure. And they don't have any procedure, they don't have any procedure on how to handle it, or what they do with the excess money.
So if you sold my car and my car sold for, let's say, $3,000, but I only owed $500, then the
That's-
$2,500 should have been given back to me. Is that
To
correct?
get an excess money, it should be, and they're supposed to have a procedure how to handle the money.
And so what was happening with the money?
I think I found out later from that the money was kept in the escrow in the comptroller office.
Money was kept in escrow, and how did the individual know to get their money back? Do you know?
No,
Okay. The next one says opportunity to review and document cost of administrating auction and establish a fee to recover costs. Tell me about that. What is that?
we request that they should set up a procedure for determining the cost of administering auction, because we couldn't find out, they couldn't explain how they determine how much a car should be sold, or what should be the price for a car. And then they need to come up with a procedure how to determine the cost of auctioning the vehicle, so that whatever we are doing, we're able to recover the cost involved in this auction for the vehicle.
So you're saying they should have had some kind of document that says this is what it costs to tow, this is what it costs to have an auction, this is what it costs to pay the auctioneer, this is what it, so, right?
Yes, so we request that they should have something in place in writing.
Right, and then this is how much we need to make to recover
the
fee.
cost, to cover the cost of the auction.
So then if let's just say my car had been sitting on the lot and I owed $500 in fees, but my car had to be auctioned off. So that would be another cost that should be brought into what it cost for the car before it got sold, right? And that should be able to be documented and do an accounting procedure. And so if my car sold for $2,000, but I owed $500 in towing fees, but it cost the auctioneer to auction it off another $200, instead of me being able to get $1,500 back, I would only be able to get $1,300 back, because it would be documented that it cost the tow lot $200 to auction my vehicle off. Is that correct?
Yeah. So we just recommend that they should have something, they should have a clear cut document showing how much is the cost for each vehicle to be towed.
Okay, and
So
it should be a standard. It should be standardized of what it costs
Yes,
each
we thought
vehicle?
it should be standardized cost price, yes.
Okay, thank you. And again, anybody having any questions, you're welcome to ask questions. And the fourth thing says opportunity to consolidate and update written policies and procedures. Now this is my, I don't know why my phone is not turned off. Okay, I'm sorry. This is one that is really gets on my nerves because I really do want to see procedure manuals. I am a procedure person. I actually write up things that I've had since I first got elected. 50-50 sidewalk, I still use the same form. So if I find out that we have something that I could pass out to people, it makes more sense to me to have it in writing so that everybody knows what the cost and document, what the actions that need to be done, or what's the procedure. So are you saying here that there was not a consolidated and updated written policy and procedure manual? Is that what your problem was with in the audit?
What we find out was that at the time there was a skeletal copy of what the policies and procedure was, but it was an outdated policy that was done some years back, which probably don't reflect what is currently going on. And they were not put together in a manual form. So we thought putting everything together will be more convenient for people to understand what to do and how to do it.
Okay, so this also, and we're going back to the last report was issued in 2012, and this was in 2018. So 6 years later, they had made improvements in these four things we just talked about. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So then it says the division has integrated its technology to improve operation and increase efficiency by converting its operation and database technology to the Regis Regional Justice Informational Service Commission. And it goes on to say the opportunity exists for the auto towing and storage division to improve control over its fiscal activities. The following are the observations resulting from the review. Okay, and I guess I'm not following. Why was this a conclusion right here? I didn't understand that when I was reading it.
Well, in our review, we don't always look for inefficiency or area. We give credit to department when they improve on certain area of operation. So
Okay.
compared with what we have last time, we realized that they have improved their database in terms of incorporating to the Regis. We thought that's an improvement on their operation. So that's why we give credit to them.
Okay, so, but okay, so then under the conclusion, you got a list of 6 more things, which says opportunity to update and establish comprehensive written policy and procedures. So that's kind of goes to number 4 above. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Opportunity to improve control over cash payments for auction vehicles. So what was that? So do they only take cash at the auction? Can you tell me about that one?
Okay, based on our physical presence at the auction, because we try to attend as several auctions as possible, just to be to have an overview of what is going on at the auction. We noticed that individuals that are buying vehicles at the auction are just going and pay cash to the auctioneer, and those cash are put somewhere in the vehicle, and we thought that should not save enough. That there should be a better way of handling cash. Even though the companies are allowed to pay check, but individuals pay cash, and those cash are collected by the auctioneer.
So they were allowed to pay check and cash. Were they allowed for credit card?
Any company buying vehicle at the auction, you pay check, but individual pay cash.
Okay, so if they did cash, did they write a receipt? Was there some kind of control process about the cash?
They give them bill of sales.
Bill of sales, okay.
So we thought there should be a better way to handle cash by designing. We recommended that they should design a form which is like a receipt, which you can take to the cashier and pay cash to the cashier instead of collecting.
Where were they paying cash at this point?
They are giving the cash to the auctioneer.
So the person right out there on the tow lot, they were paying?
Yes.
Okay, versus having a thing, here's your bill of sale, you take that over to the cashiers where it's more protected and was less chance for somebody to steal the money or attack you, and then you pay it there, and that way it will be in a procedure and it would be more protected. Is that?
Yeah, that was our recommendation.
Okay. And I'm sorry, were they also allowed to pay by credit cards?
No, for the auction, no.
Okay. So it's only check or cash?
Yeah, check from the company, cash from individual.
Okay, check from company. And were you comfortable with the fact that in our day, when we got debit cards and all these things, that we didn't do something that was more digital, that was easier to follow up? Cash is always, I've been here, I got elected in 1991. We had the problem over at the court section, the city court section. Millions of dollars disappeared. To this day, we don't know where that money went, okay? Because it was always cash. And I never understood when I was an attorney why they made you pay cash. And I don't understand now why we deal so much in cash versus, especially in this day and age, when they got debit cards, credit cards, and the money can be transferred right away. Can you tell me why that wasn't a suggestion to get away from cash?
Well, as a time, our focus was on the risk involved with the cash collection at the auction.
So it was just a risk, not how it was collected, but the risk involved of how they were doing it.
Yes, the risk involved at that time.
But you wouldn't have,
since they're not collecting check from individual, maybe because check may be bad or may not be able to recover the money, so they're collecting check cash. But we thought for the protection of the safety for everybody at the auction and for the safety of the safeguard of the money involved, we thought it would be better for them to pay at the cashier's office.
I understand, but since they're paying at the cashiers, and I'm trying to understand why, when you also suggest let them pay by debit card or let them pay by credit, where there's less cash. Whenever I've been a cashier, I started on my career at cashiers at Macy's many years ago, and a cashiers at a movie theater. And when you have all cash, there is a lot of cash, there's an opportunity for money to go missing and for people to find ways to go around the system, which is a lot less likely if it's a debit card or a credit card or something like that. Is that just something that the audit division would not have recommended?
Like I said, as at that time, our focus was on the risk involved with the cash. We're not thinking about any other option of payment.
Okay. Okay, so the next thing we got here is the segregation of duties and improved control over accounting functions performed by the account clerk 2. And what was the problem with this?
Okay, during the course of our review, because I was the one involved and I was there in the office, the person who was the account clerk at that time was the one involved with every transaction that had to be accounting. Is the one doing the ledger entry, is the one doing the posting, is the one preparing the RCF. So we thought that was a much.
I'm sorry, one doing the posting and one doing what else?
Was one preparing the RCF. To deposit money.
RCF?
Yes.
Okay, when you use those terms, remember, everybody doesn't know those things. Okay, I'm gonna start doing that to you. Okay, I hate when people use those things because people don't know what that means. What does that mean?
The RCF is the receipt coded form, which is the money, the paper, the document they prepare to deposit money with the treasurer's office. Any money that is going to be sold with the treasurer's office, they prepare the RCF, which is like a receipt for the deposit. So we thought that there was a combination of function performed by individual, which we thought was a great risk. And we thought that there would be a segregation of duty for proper control.
Okay, because if I'm doing everything, if I want to be the person dipping my hand in something, then I can cover my tracks much easier than if there is a control factor with 2 or 3 people doing that. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. And this was not repeated, I see. This was a new one here. Okay. And so opportunity to improve security and transporting daily deposit, that was up here in number 1. So that's the same as number 1 up above.
Yes.
Opportunity to establish a written policy for the distribution of excess auction monies. Okay. And that was number 2. So we went over that already, right? Need to document cost of administering auction and establish a fee to recover costs. That was also number 3.
Yes.
Right.
We made a recommendation and we also make a recommendation for improvement on all these observations.
Okay. So just going through this, does anybody have any questions at this point? Anybody on committee have any questions? Okay. So then when we go to page
Time,
3,
thank you.
I'm sorry.
I just said, no, I don't have time, thank you.
Okay, we go to page 3. It's the detailed observation, recommendation, and management response. And what does that mean? What does that title mean?
What we have at the previous page was the summary of our observation. So in the detailed observation, we provide the details information of what we observe during our review. And we also give consider what will be the effect of not doing anything about the action, about what we see. And we also have our recommendation on what they need to do to improve the situation.
Okay, so you then went into detail. This is what you should do, right?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the detail of that observation.
And I'll see if you look at page 3, they have the fiscal review, the operations. You keep going over the written policy on many occasions.
Try to explain to them the benefit of having a written policy and procedure. What will be the benefit? What will be the effect?
Okay, but I look down here and it says the last line says that Count Clerk 2 prepared and provided copies of written policies and procedures on cashiers, auction line, and pre-auction activities upon request during the audit. So they did give you some kind of written policy and procedure?
Yeah, well, when I was there, because we always communicate with our auditee during the review of our review. The account clerk tried to put something together, but we thought it can be more detailed.
Okay, so what they gave you was not detailed enough for you.
Yes.
Okay. Did you, okay, but what they gave you, is this included in the audit any place or attached to the audit?
No way, it wasn't included in this audit, but we thought they can do better with what it was provided, because it was like a scanty writing up of what it was doing, what should they do. And we thought having a detailed, comprehensive policy would be better than just a scanty procedure.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher, you have more to add?
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Olaide, I think it was actually written for us at that time. Was that correct?
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah. They don't have in place, so we recommended that they should put something together. So it was just writing it while we were there.
Yeah.
But if they wrote it for you at that time, I'm just saying, do you have that any place that I could have a copy of what they wrote for you?
We should have it in our work papers.
There will be in our own paper in the office, not part of the report.
Okay, so I would ask if you could look around in your work papers and provide what they gave you, if you still have them. I know this is 17, so this is 4 years ago.
I can look at it and see what we have there.
Okay. So going back over to page 4, just looking again at your recommendations, because they seem to be saying the same thing over and over. Develop a comprehensive written policy and procedure manual, review and update recently developed policies, procedures on cashiers. You know, so it's saying the same thing over and over again, these things that should be done. And this was in 2017, right?
Yeah, we gave them the areas where they need to prepare their policies and procedure.
Okay, and who was the person you were dealing with in management when you did this report?
That time it was the, I can't remember it was the end of doing that at that time, but I think it was Eddie that was there.
I'm sorry.
I can't remember the name of the manager then, but I was dealing directly with Ed and also with the commissioner.
So the director at that time was Jamie Wilson.
That was
right.
The director of street department.
Yes. Okay, and then the commissioner of streets was Kent Flakes.
Yes.
And when this started, was it Mr. Clark Gunn or was it Mr. Young? Do you remember? I
think Mr. Clark already left. Mr. Young
had left in 18?
Yes.
Okay, so it was Mr. Young. Okay. So I see here on page 5, there was a management response.
Yes, on page 4.
Right. I'm sorry, the end of page 4. Then it says a procedure manual with written policy will be created. Currently, several memos are in circulation stating work rules, policy rules, accounting rules, etc. We will look forward we will look toward other departments in the private sector to find examples that will encompass what is needed for the towing division. Once completed, employees will receive a copy and will need to complete a signature sheet for the procedural manual. This will be a living document that may be continuously updated as technology and other factors evolve. So that was their response back in 2017. Is that correct?
2018, yeah.
I'm sorry, 18, because it went through 17. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever receive such a document
No,
from them? Did you ever receive such a document to prove that they had done what they said they were going to do?
I didn't get a copy of that.
I'm sorry,
We did not have a copy of the updated one.
you have a copy of,
No, we don't have a copy of the updated.
would you
one.
expected for them to have submitted one to you? Would that have been an expectation since they said they were going to do it?
Normally, what we normally do is that when we do a follow-up, or if we have to go back again, then we can request for the same information.
But so necessarily they wouldn't have sent it to you. They could have
No.
done it and just not sent it to you. But when you came for the next follow-up, then you would have looked for them to have it in place. Is that
To have
correct?
something in place, yes.
Okay. So the rest of it is the management's response. And I really want to talk to the management about what their response was and what they did or what they were not able to accomplish. But I will still need you to stay online for when we come back later, okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Bale. Okay. At this time, if there's any committee members that had any questions from the three gentlemen, this is a time if you want to ask questions, or non-committee members, just raise your hand. Otherwise, we're going to let Mr. Flake, Mr. Young, Mr. Wilson, and Miss Williams, if she's here, I want to meet her. I haven't met her yet. Speak to what was going on. Is there any questions? Anybody have any concerns that they want to bring up before we proceed? Okay, I see Mr. Flake's here. Mr. Flake, are you there by yourself? Did they send you out before the firing squad and they didn't bring any? Because I was told that it was going to be a group of you that came.
There are 5 of us here.
Okay. All right. I would like to meet the street director. I haven't met her yet. So could I? We're going to have to give you more than one camera.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Williams. I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. And who are you? What's your name? Would you say your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Bethany Williams, and I am the streets director active of, I guess, Monday was my first day.
Well, welcome, Miss. Is it Miss? Do you go by Miss? I want to do it right. Okay,
Yes.
Miss Williams, it's a pleasure to meet you. I came here in 1991 when Jim Sullivan was the street director. So I've been to a few street directors. So I haven't been able to meet you, but I knew you would be here today. I want to welcome you. I know you weren't here for any of this that's going on, but if you have anything you want to say or a statement at this time, you are welcome to do it.
I have no statement, but I am taking notes, and I will get with the committee of anything I find that I need further information on.
And I will call you later today or tomorrow, and we'll have a meeting too, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck and welcome aboard.
Thank
It's
you.
fun. And 30 years go by so fast, and you just won't know it, okay? Okay, the next person I want to see is Mr. Jamie Wilson, who was the director of streets during this occasion. Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Morning.
How are you today?
Great, great.
Good, good, good. So she doesn't have a statement, but you will be. So I need you to say your name and your title, and I'm going to swear you in, and you can affirm or you can swear.
Jamie Wilson, Commissioner of Traffic. I affirm and swear both of those.
Okay, well, I'll do affirm. I just like it. I, Jamie Wilson, do affirm that the testimony I'm about to give before the Streets Committee is the truth, the whole truth, so help me.
I do.
Okay, thank you. And do you have anything you want to say before I swear the rest of the people? Or do you want to work as a group as we did with the people from the comptroller's office?
I think we'll work as a group. I think Ken's got a lot of material prepared to respond.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And one thing, so again, Mr. Jamie Wilson was the director of streets at the time that this occurrence, these things have been alleged or the audits was performed. Is that correct? Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Next person we have is Mr. Kent Flakes. Flake, I always want to put that S on the back. I'm sorry. People put R in my name, so I'm going to do better. Kent Flake, not Flakes, Flake. No, not Tyrus, Tyus, okay? So Mr. Flake, and if you would raise your hand and name, put your name, state your name and your title, please.
It's Kent Flake, Commissioner of Streets, City of St. Louis.
And do you affirm or do you swear? Or do you care?
Affirm.
Okay, Mr. Flake, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, and the other person in the room is, I know I saw Mr. Young. Did I see Mr. Young?
You did. We also have Steve Estopari here. He's
Okay,
our administrative assistant at City Tow. He runs the office. So-
tell him he's last, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning. And you are Mr. Ed, are you Edward Young, Ed Young? What do you go by?
I go by Ed, but it's Edwin.
Edwin, okay, Edwin. Okay, we're gonna call you that from now on, okay? Okay, Mr. Edwin Young.
You said
would you-
Edmund.
I beg your pardon?
You said Edmund.
Edwin.
Okay.
Edwin Young, that's what your mom calls you, right? If you raise your hand, state your name and your title, and do you affirm or do you swear?
Okay. My name is Edwin Young. I'm towing service supervisor for the city tow lot, and I affirm.
Okay, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Streets Committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. And then the last person who is going to be testifying is who?
Steve Estopari?
Hi, Mr. Estefari. We saw you Monday. Is that correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and we learned that you have a very famous sibling that plays tennis. Is that correct?
A cousin.
Cousin, okay. All right, Mr. Estefari, do you affirm or do you swear?
Affirm.
Okay, and would you state your name and title for the record?
Steve Estopari, Administrative Assistant to, and I affirm.
Okay, you administrative assistant to whom? Ed Young or the street department? The towing division?
The towing division.
Okay, put your hand back up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Streets Committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
And could you just lift your cap up just a little bit? Want to see your face. There you go. Handsome face. I like to be able to identify you when you have it down there. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to start with Mr. Flake, I think. Or Mr. Wilson. Do you all have a preference about who would start?
I think I'll go first.
Okay, Mr. Flake, you've heard the testimony so far regarding the 2000 and it was dated November 14th, 2018, but the audit was done from January 1st, 2017 through December 31st, 2017. So you've heard the testimony of the previous gentleman from the comptroller's office, right?
That's correct.
And did you receive a copy of this audit after they did it?
That's correct.
Okay, and I see that there is some management responses to some of the concerns they brought up. Were you involved in crafting the response for the management?
That is correct.
Okay, if before we start answering questions, is this something that you have a statement or something that you want to make, you're welcome to at this point, or you can just answer, reply to questions. It's up to you.
I'm good without a statement for now.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's get to some of the recommendations that were detailed in this 2018 audit. And so we'll go to opportunity to improve security and transporting daily deposits and that whole thing. maybe we don't have to go through each individual ones because you do have a response, and I wanted to find out if you had done any of the things in your response. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I don't know if you have a copy, but I'll read from page 4 of this document. It says management response. A procedure manual with written policy will be created. Currently, several memos are in circulation stating work rules, policy rules, accounting rules, etc. We will look towards other departments and the private sector to find examples that will encompass what is needed for the towing division. Once completed, employees will receive a copy and will need to complete a signature sheet for the procedural manual. This will be a living document that may be continually updated as technology and other factors involved. And that was a response because over and over in this document, it talked about the need for a written policy and procedure manual. Can you tell me, did you ever get that manual? And if not, why not?
Yep, manual was started in 2019. We had some issues with lack of management employees, I guess, between 2019 and 2020. It was finalized and handed out in March of 21.
Okay. And did you bring a copy with you?
I have a copy with me, and I also submitted the committee, or at least the chairwoman.
And is this what you're talking about, the work rules? Is that what you're calling the manual? It says work rules, City of St. Louis Towing Service Division.
Yeah, that's correct. The first several pages are work rules. After that, it has each person's job description. And then after that, it has standard operating procedures, mostly for cash operations. The first operating procedure is daily cash, check, and credit card reconciliations. Second one is for receiving cash, check, and or credit card, tow and storage fees. And the third one is monthly reconciliation of our credit card bill.
So let's just start. Let's just look through this. So first I see an introduction. Then I see section 1, work hours and attendance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Then we go to work performance, which is section 2, which is on page 2 and 3. Then page 4, section 3, courtesy to the public. This is all on our Google Drive in case people want to access this. Section 4 is accident and injuries. Section 5 is personnel protective equipment. Section 6 is office rules. Section 7 is towing rules. Section 8 is general conduct of employees. Section 9 is job description. And then under job description, we have towing service supervisor, administrative assistant 2, towing service foreman, telecommunicator, tow truck operator, clerks, runners. And then the last page is a certificate and declaration that they received this document. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you consider what the first 4 pages, work rules, and then where do you start? Where would you think that it becomes a procedure manual?
There should be 3 more pages that were attached to your copy. Maybe not.
That's all I got.
I thought I printed this straight from your email.
Well, I got this one at the visit, so, okay.
You have an emailed copy also.
Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. And you emailed that, or who emailed it?
I did. I'm not sure the date. It was after after the first talk of an investigation into city tow by the committee.
Okay,
Probably a
so I'm
week
saying,
after that.
okay, so, and who, did you email it to me?
Yes.
Okay, let's try again. Let's cancel this. Let's go into here. And it would be directly from you?
Directly from me to your City of St. Louis account.
Okay. And that would have been in June or July?
Let me see if I can find it.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Yes,
It is in the folder that we've sent over in the handout section.
it's in the Google Docs.
Yeah, in the
Okay.
handout section.
I'll look there because I don't have it. I don't see an email that I can. Okay, let's see, documents.
That was August 9th.
Okay, you're not talking about the abandoned vehicle property manual,
No,
right? Okay, let's see here. Alderwoman Schweitzer, where is it in the, okay, what number is it?
7.
Okay, this is tow lot rules, but that's the one he's saying there should be 3 more. That's, so he's saying after administrative assistant and all of that and clerks, and then certificate and declaration, you're saying there are 3 more pages after page 11, is that correct?
I don't have page numbers in mind, but yeah, there should be 3 more pages after the description of runners and what their job duties are.
Okay, and so only thing what I received was stapled was page 11 with certificate and declaration. And so you're saying you sent this to me on August the 11th?
August 9th.
Okay, on August 9th. Okay, let's see what this is here. Yep, here it is. Let's see what I got. Standard operating, and he is correct. Mr. Clerk, Madam Clerk, I'm going to email this to you and the clerk so you can update this document. Okay, so I just emailed that, and I'm just gonna print out 1, 2. I'm gonna print out this document, just a minute, so we can, I hope the clerk can get it on. All right. Technology is wonderful. So even if you miss something, you still can get it done pretty fast. Okay, so I'm going to give the clerk a minute to see if he can get it updated so that my committee members will have access to it, okay? Madam Clerk, did you get an email from me?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, is the clerk there? Do you think he will be able to put it up on the Google Docs?
I'm doing that now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. I appreciate it. just a minute so that everybody can have access.
It's in the drive.
All righty. If everybody will refresh their drive, if they want to see the document, then they should be able to access the updated document, which is work rules and standard operating procedures. Everyone been able to update? If I had a chance to get the document as updated?
I have, looking at it now.
Okay, what about you, Alderwoman Switzer? Alderman Boyd? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure it's longer. But-
So sometimes you have to go back out,
Yeah.
refresh. Mr. Clerk, can you email it to the members also, please?
I see number 9 now, which is the
Yeah,
new
that's it.
document. So it should be there for everyone else
Mhm.
too.
Yeah, it's item 9.
Okay, there should be, after section 9, job description, then that goes through a couple of pages. Then there is something after that that's called the standard operating procedures. That should come after. It would be pages, because the pages are not numbered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then page 11 should be standard operating procedures. You don't have that also, Mr. Alderwoman Switzer?
No, we do now. It's just number 9.
Okay, so everybody's okay with that? All right. So, Mr. Flake, so the standing operating procedures, daily cash, check, and credit card reconciliations, tow and storage fees. So you started to do credit cards, I see here. Is that right?
We've always done credit cards on a normal, if you're coming in to pick up your car or pay fees or whatever, we've always accepted credit card for that.
So it
Credit
wasn't
card.
just cash and checks. That's not correct.
I believe what the auditors were just speaking of was auction only.
Auction only.
We do not allow credit cards.
Is there a reason for that?
I don't know that there's a specific reason for that, but typically most auctions are handled with cash or money in hand.
I know typically when I moved in this house, I never heard of a cell phone. Now I never live without it. Okay. So, so was that also maybe because you were collecting the cash right there in the auction versus have you now updated where you give the people a bill or receipt and have them go to the cashier inside the building? Has that been changed?
It has been changed, but it has not been changed to that procedure. That what we have now, and we've had for approximately 3 years, is a third-party auctioneer instead of having employees do that job, which did seem very risky. So now we have a third-party auctioneer. They collect all of the money, and then at the end of the auction, then they cut us up in the city a check. So we essentially took all of the issues that could be around our issue or opportunity number 2, and we put that out for RFP, request for proposals. And now we've been with the third-party auctioneer, I believe, for about 3 years.
So then now we have a third-party auctioneer. We pay them to do the auction. Is that what you're calling a third-party auctioneer?
No, well, that is correct, except that they pay the auctioneer a 5% buyer's fee. So if I want to buy a vehicle, they pay directly that 5% to the auctioneer. So it essentially costs the city zero.
So when you say they, you mean the person who's purchasing the vehicle?
That is correct.
Okay, and I'll call them the customer. Okay. And is there a reason? I want to go back to debit cards, credit cards, and things that provide a digital foot stamp and receipt. Why wouldn't we do that?
I am not sure if the third party auctioneer has that ability, but it's certainly something we will look into.
Well, to me, the less we handle cash, the more procedures that we have a ability to do a audit background or to follow the money, as we may say, the better it is. So, and I want to understand this again. So the third party person, are they still collecting the money right there in the middle of the auction someplace?
Yes, they are.
And so how did that address the problem that the auditors had about the money being collected in the middle of the auction?
Well, first of all, the issue was city employees were collecting cash, which is a problem. Now they actually, every bid is wrote down. And then that money has to be given to the cashier that is provided by the third party company. And if they do not provide that money to the cashier, then they do not get the bill of sale.
So every sale is now written down. That wasn't so before?
It was, but the way it is now is it's actually formalized. It's a computer printout at the end of the day that everything, if I raise my hand, I say $300. The biggest thing is it takes the city employees out of it. Because there were some accusations in the past that someone would raise their hand, bid $500, and then would only actually pay $200 to the cashier, to the city employee. And that was found by the PD investigation 2.5, 3 years ago. And it wasn't actually found to be true, but it was something that they were certainly scared of that could happen. Just,
okay. So even though we have a third party auctioneer, I still don't like this. And this is me. I don't like anybody sitting in the middle collecting cash. You know, that's a opportunity for disaster to happen to me. So why couldn't they then be someplace in a booth or back in your office and they collect it there? And also I still don't, you got to give me a better response because we never did, because I never liked those answers of why we wouldn't let them do credit cards or debit cards.
Well, as I responded to that already, I have no problem looking into that if the auction company can do that. And there's not just a random person walking around the yard collecting money. They are in a secure trailer.
Okay.
Collecting money.
So walk me through how this is different than when Mr. Hassan was there, please.
Which we
The auction.
still on
So
the 2018
the
audit?
auction is different now. How?
We're talking about still in the 2018 audit, correct?
Yes. How it's different from the 2018 audit.
Because it was changed on the poster, the audits that happened after that.
Okay.
So originally it was 2 employees. It was an auctioneer and a person collecting money. And the auctioneer was both city employees. The auctioneer would pull up to a car, announce his car was up for sale. That person would see who bid, and it was up to their eyesight. It was up to their paper keeping. It was up to everything at that point that could go wrong. There was lots of opportunities for failure. The dollar amount was wrote down by the clerk next to him. The money was collected by the clerk next to him, sitting in a vehicle. And it happened, I'm not going to say often, but it happened occasionally where somebody had their hand up. The auctioneer never addressed them, and they'd sell their car to somebody, maybe their buddy, who knows. And that was a huge change from when Alati was there.
Okay. And just to go back for a minute, Mr. Flake, how long have you been the commissioner of streets?
Oh, I think it's almost 13 years.
And were you in the street department before that?
I've been in the street department since May of 2000.
And what were you doing before you were the commissioner of streets?
I was program manager 2 over the sidewalk program. Before that, I was a foreman that was on the street doing milling, estimating for paving jobs, that kind of stuff. And before that, I was an intern for about 4 years.
So you worked with, when Mr. Holes with 50/50 Sidewalk, and Wally was the person that was doing sidewalk, is that correct?
I took over the sidewalk program after Wally retired.
Oh, when he left, okay. All right, so, okay, let's go back. So going back to how things were and versus what they are now with the auction. Okay, so there were problems, people were thinking, making accusations that friends could be buying and people were being ignored. Okay, so your focus was on taking that away, taking that accusation, even so that it would be, that wasn't true in the first place, probably, but in case there was some truth to that, to make sure that that didn't happen anymore. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so how did you come about to decide to get a third person auctioneer?
I think it was actually recommended by the PD investigation at the time. And then, I think the director, maybe not the director, maybe the director of operations at the time, I can't remember. It was 2 or 3 of us that once PD brought up the idea, we started investigating to see if it was feasible or not. And once we figured out it was feasible, then that's the road I felt that we had to go down to.
What does PD stand for?
St. Louis Police Department.
Okay, thank you. I will, whenever you use those terms, because people don't know. So I want everybody out here who's watching, or people who don't ask the question, so that we know that we're using the same term. Okay, so the police department. Okay. And so then did you have to put that out to contract, or what happened? How did we get the third party auditor?
It was put out as a RFP, a request for proposal, I believe through the supply division. And then we took proposals. I believe there was 2 or 3 of them, and of those 2 or 3, one was chosen.
And when was the RFP put out? Do you recall?
It was actually after we had pulled in a third party. After city councilors and supply weighed in early on, they said we could just go ahead and do it because it seemed like it would be a very smart thing to do and decrease issues at City Tow. So the company that was actually doing it has been doing it for 3 years. I believe the RFP, I'm not sure when it went out. It went out in I've got a copy here in front of me. I'm not sure exactly when it went out, but questions were due November 29th and 19. And
19 or
responses
18, I'm sorry, I couldn't
of
understand.
19.
Okay,
And
So
responses were
someplace-
due by December of 13 of 2019.
so someplace between, in the last few months of 2019,
Yes.
okay?
And there, just FYI, there was, because bringing city councilor's office, supply, and everybody else in, it took a while to get the paperwork off the ground. Plus we had COVID at that time.
Okay, and do you, so we could just get the RFP from the supply division if you want to see that, right?
Yep.
Okay, and so you had 2 or 3 people that responded to the RFP, 2 or 3 companies,
It was 2.
2? And then who made the decision with the company we have, and what is that company's name?
Yeah, an RFP, anytime you do a request for proposal, there's a committee. Can't remember how many people's on a committee. I think it's 5. Once they review the proposals, those 5, or however many's on the committee, then they vote for either proposal A, proposal B.
And
And
is the committee comprised of all street employees, or is it city councilor, purchasing? Who's the committee usually comprised of?
that is a good question.
Thank you.
One person.
Here. Jamie's sworn in, right?
Yes, he's sworn in. Push that off on Jamie. Good morning.
Good morning. It's a standard city RFP process, so it's 2 people from the department that is seeking the contract. It's 1 person, 1 representative from the mayor's office, 1 representative from the comptroller's office, and 1 person from Board of Aldermen.
So 2 people from department seeking, 1 from the mayor's, 1 from the comptroller, and 1 from the BOA.
Yeah, it's the president of the Board of Aldermen's representative. I should
Okay.
clarify. Yeah.
And then there's a vote and the majority gets the contract.
Correct.
And who got the contract?
Let me take over, boss.
That was Voss Auctions, VOSS.
B is in boy or V is in very?
V is in Victor.
V, okay. Voss Auctions. And when did they start?
You want?
They had the emergency.
Yeah, they originally had the emergency contract. We'll have to dig up the date of the actual RFP beginning, a request for proposal beginning.
What is an emergency contract and when did they start that?
I believe that was started in November-ish, somewhere around November of 18. It was pretty much immediately following. Yeah, I'm almost positive it was November of 18 because it was immediately following the audit. 2018 RR04.
Okay, and tell us about, I know what an emergency contract is, but you tell us so that everybody else does. What is an emergency contract and why did you do it?
Let's see. Good answer for that one?
Supply commissioner, I don't know. We don't do many of these contracts, but the supply commissioner at the time helped us establish a contract right away to get this going for the reasons that Kent just said.
And the supply commissioner was Pamela Kuling. Is that right at the time?
Feeling, yeah.
Kelly. Okay, and so she is the one that decided there needed to be an emergency contract?
No, she knows the mechanics of how that gets done when a department wants an emergency contract.
But who decided that there should be an emergency contract?
That was what Kent was saying. There was a group consensus with the mayor's office at the time, the recommendations by the police department and the street department.
So you keep saying the police department, how did the police get in this? Because I don't know how they got in this. So explain that to me, the police presence.
Yeah. Jump back and forth.
Oh, so there was an allegation of an employee stealing a car. At some point, I would have to look up the exact date of that. And once the allegation was brought up, then PD was brought in. That was mostly brought in by request of myself, director of operations at the time, in order to figure out exactly if we had to investigate it, and PD investigates theft of vehicles. So that's why they were brought in. And then while they were there, they pretty much did an audit of the entirety of, I won't use the word audit, I guess, but investigation over the entirety of City Tow at that time, and looked where issues could be happening, where they thought things were running okay versus really anything they could find. I think they were there for approximately 4 months.
They're there about 4 months at the end of 18.
May through
August. Because I come back to August.
Starting
May 17.
of 18.
Yes.
Yep, May through August of 18.
Were there any allegations that were sustained?
Yes, one employee was terminated.
Is this a public record or is this personnel? Because it's personnel, I don't want to get into it.
I believe it's personnel.
Okay. Can't do that in open. So just one employee was terminated. Okay.
That is correct.
Do you know if that person was there further prosecution? Don't say the person's name or anything. Was there prosecution at all?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Again, I'm asking all these questions. Is there anybody else who wants to ask any questions on the committee? This is a committee. Or anybody off of the committee who has any questions at this time?
Well, I have questions sort of, but maybe not 100% on this line, but certainly questions of, some of the things that people call me about, like missing things out of cars, how,
We're
parts
gonna get to
being
that.
taken off of cars. So I got questions, but not on the line you're on.
Okay, so right now we're just going through the audit, the footprint of the
Right,
audit
no,
and their reply, but we're actually going to bring some of those people in, Alderman. We're going to bring some people who work for the division in. So, and each time we'll bring the street committee, or at least the commissioner and the tow person back to answer these questions, okay? So they'll be here each week answering the questions.
That's fine. It's just that my questions aren't on these lines. They're different.
I understand. I wanted the audit to be in because that's an indication to me, if somebody's audited you several times, then I want to know why you didn't do the things that, if the audit is saying repeated, I want to try to figure out why we didn't change it. If they've said over two or three audits, this is what you need to do. So
I understand.
Okay. All right. So we're back at one employee was terminated and there was no prosecution. Okay. And at that time, we brought in an emergency contract, and then we brought in an outside auctioneer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so you said it was Voss, right?
Yes.
Voss auctioneer. Okay. And so any other changes from when this original audit was done? now that Voss is in? So you say Voss now, when they do the auction, they have a trailer, is that correct?
That is correct.
It is their trailer, or do we provide them a trailer?
It's their trailer.
Okay, so they bring a trailer and they do the auction, but the person who collects the payment is in the trailer?
That is correct.
Okay, and there is a paper trail for each vehicle.
That is correct.
Okay, and could you just walk me through again what that, how that looks when, so I have my vehicle, I have a vehicle and it's up for auction. So if I show up and I want to purchase that vehicle, am I given a chance to reclaim my vehicle if I can pay the fines right then and there?
If it goes to auction, you only have to pay whatever the auction value would happen to be. So you may have $1,000 in fees on your vehicle and nobody would like that car. You may be able to get lucky and get it for $100. Actually, not $100 because we have a minimum of 175.
So when it goes to auction, everything is eradicated and erased?
For the purpose of the auction, yes.
And why is that?
Because if we have a car for a month, it's going to have such excessive fees on it. And if it was in a wreck or, many cars or even burn up or something else, that there's no way that we're going to get $1,000 out of a 87 Corolla.
Okay, so what are the fees before the auction? Is it just towing fees and storage fees?
Typically, it's just towing and storage. I'm not sure if the committee has a price list of all of our other stuff, but that can be provided.
I would like that. What other kind of fees would there be besides towing and storage?
Depends on the vehicle. If it's let's say it's a box van versus a car, that will have different fees on it just because it takes different equipment to tow it. If it doesn't have any wheels on it, that is a different fee because it's not as easy to tow and we have to do the procedures differently. Really there's a grocery list of different items and it's probably easier just for us to provide you that grocery list. Most normal cars though, it's your typical $100 for the tow, $25 per day for the storage.
So
But they're all-
$100 for the tow. And how much a day for the storage?
$25 per day for storage for the first 30 days.
And for the first 30 days?
Yep.
And then after 30 days, it's auction.
Well, not necessarily, but after 30 days, it goes to $50 a day for storage on a normal vehicle. At 30 days, it is auctionable. We may have that car for, 35, 36, 37 days on its way to auction because if we didn't tow it on a Thursday or on the exact 30th day, it's going to sit for another half dozen days, possibly.
Okay. And so any other fees that I didn't ask about?
Like I said, there's several. We'll get you a copy of that.
Okay, but this is the standard fees right here that we're talking about.
That's a basic fee set. Like if it's
Right.
four-wheel drive, we sometimes have to take out a pin in order to tow a four-wheel drive. That's kind of an additional fee.
If it's a larger vehicle, like if it was a cab or something like that, is that a larger cost? Somebody, we have sometimes people park part of a big rig, the cab someplace else. Do you ever tow those kind of
Every
vehicles?
once in a while, large trailers, every once in a while, a backhoe or something similar to that. So yeah, anytime you get into oversized or just say different types of vehicles and what most people refer to as cars or vehicles, those come with an array of other charges. Just
Okay.
it's not very easy to tow a backhoe that doesn't have any tires on it. It's very difficult. So
Okay. So now, we got this vehicle that's been towed. It's been sitting there for 30 days, or exactly 36 days if we didn't come in the right time. And so now it's up for tow. So you then put something in your, tell me the process of how you eradicate these fees and why again, please.
Yep, no, I mean, we put it in, anytime a vehicle goes to auction, all the fees prior to that go to zero. Well, they don't actually go to zero. They stay in the computer as fees. But as far as the auction is concerned, they go to zero because I don't know, if I've got a vehicle for 30 days, like $25 a day, what's that, $750? And I get $100 for tow, so that's $850. Let's add another 6 days on, just because it's probably not going to go on the exact 30th day. Have $50, so you're another 300. So that puts you to $1150. And as you guys probably noticed on our tour the other day, we don't have a whole lot of vehicles on our lot that are worth $1,200 or $1150 or $1,100.
But what if you would have one that somebody didn't come get that was worth more than that? It wouldn't be worth to try to sell it for more than, because wouldn't it then be, let's just say you had a classic car that somebody didn't come pick up, and that car could sell for, people would say, oh, this is good. What if that car could sell for, let's just say $5,000?
Well, that's why we have an auction.
Okay, so if it sells for $5,000, we don't take that extra money and apply toward those storage fees and costs or anything like that?
Yes, we do. That was what the auditor had mentioned earlier.
Okay, and then what happens with the excess? Let's say the vehicle had fees of $1150 that we just talked about. So what are you doing with the excess money?
So yep, let's use that $1150 we got. So if I sell a car for $5,000, we can actually provide that to, we've got an escrow formula. I sell a car or auction a car for $5,000. It has fees of $1150 on it. That remainder goes into what we call the escrow account, which is kept in the treasurer's office.
And what is the escrow account for?
After it goes there, I could not tell you the answer to that. That has been a question ongoing since my first audit with City Tow in 2018. It was brought up by state audit in 2009. It's been brought up by the current state audit, which we're a year and a half into. And nobody's been able to provide anybody with very good answers on what and where and how that money is supposed to be worked.
Do we ever send a notice to the registered owner of the vehicle that we have this? Is that where it goes to unclaimed property at some time? Do we send a notice to the registered owner of the vehicle saying we have this funds, your car has been sold, but we got $2,600, $2,800 left over sitting here, which would be the owner's money? Is that correct?
I do not know the answer to that. Like I said, I've been asking every audit we've had since my existence at City Tow, which should be the 2018 through now. And I've never been able to get an answer from an auditor. I've never been able to get a good answer from any other city agency on how that's supposed to be handled.
It absolutely should be going back to the owner, because if we've recouped our fees or what it cost us, then that money belongs to the owner of that vehicle. And so that's interesting that we don't have a procedure except for to just send it over to some unknown account in the treasurer's office. Hold on just a minute, Mr. Flake, Mr. Hassan, or Mr. Bell or Fletcher. Can one of you all answer why we don't now have any kind of procedure about how people could claim that money if it's theirs, or does it go to the unclaimed property fund?
Well, I can say as a part of our audit report, this is Mr. Fletcher, under number 5, if you look at the bottom of the page, the transfer of the balance in the escrow account by the deputy comptroller to the city general revenue account is in line with statute 447-090, which provides in pertinent part And it says if the rightful owner or his agent fails to demand such surplus within 60 days of such sale, then the surplus shall be paid into the county treasury, subject to the order of the owner.
And which one is this? I'm sorry, is this the document
on-
we've been working with?
Yeah, on the bottom of page 10.
Page 10.
Fails to demand such surplus within 90 days. County treasurer, subject to the order of the, what is it? Subject to the order of the owner, okay? How can there be any order of the owner if they don't know that the money is there? So what you're following says we don't have to notify them. We just have to put the money.
If I'm not mistaken, the tow lot does notify the owner by written, is that?
With the last known record.
If I'm
of where
not
they live.
mistaken, I know that that's part of state law. That's required for escheatment purposes when you escheat money to the state. I think if I recall correctly, you are supposed to notify them by letter.
Okay, so I'm just looking at impertinent part 447090. I'm sure there's some other part which I will pull up. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Flake, so you all do notify the owner before the sale and the auction, and you use whatever's in the state government record of who the vehicle is titled to. Is that correct?
Originally, when we received the car or pick up the car, yes.
Okay.
Not upon auction, just that we have the car in our possession. Please come get it.
I'm gonna have to talk to the treasurer and the comptroller on this one right here, so making a little note.
I got a question.
Yes, Alderman Bosley?
Thank you. So does that mean that upon the sale of one's vehicle, after being notified that your car has been picked up by the city, does that mean after we auction that vehicle off, that these people don't get notified that their vehicle has been auctioned and there is a possible surplus from that auction that they could come and pick up? Is that what I'm hearing? That question was for Ken, I'm sorry.
Yep. When we send our letters out, we just say that we have your car. This is the car we have, then year and that information. And we state to come get it, or if not, in 30 days, it will be auctioned.
Got you. But after the auction, we don't contact them further about anything dealing with.
We do not. We just make the deposit for any overages to the escrow account, which goes to treasurers and comptrollers.
Got you. Does any department reach out to them that you know of? Does comptroller, anybody from anywhere?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. Okay. Well, that is interesting. That sounds like a policy we probably need to change. If there's some procedural things that need to change, that's a bit interesting. It probably would, be in our best interest to notify people after we've sold their property, and that could be, that we got all this money sitting in escrow. It's an interesting conversation.
So I want to correct you. It's no longer in escrow. It starts out in escrow by the deputy comptroller, but the deputy comptroller then sends it over, from what I can understand, I'm reading the law, to the treasurer. And once it goes to the treasurer, as I understand it, then we don't know what happens to the money. Is that correct, Mr. Flake?
That is correct.
Okay, and we don't, because from what I'm reading with this part, it's a pertinent part of the state statute, and I haven't read the whole thing, but what's here before us, it doesn't direct us to, so nobody thought, even though it doesn't direct us to, why don't we try this again? Or, why don't we try to notify people again? Is that right?
That's my understanding.
And how do we notify people in the first place? Do we send them a certified letter or just a regular letter?
It depends. I'll let Steve, you want that one?
Yeah.
On your way here.
Hello. So
Hello.
the day after a vehicle arrives, we send out certified letters to the lien holders, and we send out letters to the owners of the vehicle, the actual titled owners of the vehicle. So if somebody has a vehicle that hasn't been registered, they would not get any information from us.
I understand that. So if there's money left over, if there's a lien holder, it would seem to me that the lien holder would try to get their money, because if it's a lien holder, then the vehicle has not been fully paid for. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am. And most lien holders will come and get those vehicles prior to auction.
Okay, all right. So then the only money that, if it's any extra money that would be left over, would be money that would be owed to the owner of the vehicle if we had any extra money. Is that correct? Most times.
Most times, yes.
Okay. Well, like I said, that's a question for the treasurer. Since the comptroller, deputy comptroller moves it over, we should have an account number or an account that it moves to, and then we should be able to find out how much money is in that particular account and what's been going on with it these many years. Is that correct?
Yep, and at some point, I think it gets put back in the general revenue, but I'm not sure the time frame or how all that works. I would assume after the auditors pointed out that state statute of 60 days, I would assume it'd be probably 60 to 90, but that's just an assumption on my part.
Okay, so I'm gonna look at this again. It says, if the rightful owner or his agent fails to demand such surplus within 60 days of the time of such sale, then said surplus shall be paid into the county treasurer, subject to the order of the owner. Do you know what subject to the order of the owner means? Because I don't.
I'm not even going to try to be a lawyer.
And I'm an attorney.
No.
So, because to me, that could be the owner orders you not to, but if they don't know you have the car, I don't. Okay, I have to read that full part of the state statute, because that makes no sense to me, subject to the owner of the order of the owner.
It sounds like if the owner knows about it, that they can get their money back.
As I said, I want to read that entirely, because if you know about it, you're going to come get your vehicle and or your money right away. So I don't understand how we don't, Mr. Flake, I don't understand how we have an unclaimed property. State of Missouri has an unclaimed property. And when money, people have, you know, banks, when you leave stuff in a bank account or you leave things, many places, you can go get your money, okay? You can put a claim into the unclaimed property. In fact, I just got one from my state senator, Carla Mays, saying, hey, you can get your unclaimed property. So, but it is your understanding in no way do we put this in an unclaimed property where people could then follow up and receive their money.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Mr. Alderman Bosley, you have any more questions?
I did have another one, but it wasn't necessarily germane. Well, actually, I guess it is germane to the audit to some degree. I did have some folks who had some questions, and this was prior to me becoming an audit person. I've heard a few things since I've been an alderman also, but just are the exact prices that one needs to pay per day and for the pickup, is that like anywhere posted in the facility? That's something I didn't look for on Monday.
Yes, it is. It's about a 5x5 sign in the front lobby.
Okay, cool. That was my question. Just, you know, I was sure it was there somewhere, but you know, you gotta ask, and you know, so you clarified. Thank you.
Is it also posted online?
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know.
Okay, so we've kind of gone through the audit procedure and kind of got that kind of straight. And so this written policy document that we now have before us I'm sorry, and not that the audit procedure, we went through the auction procedure in case I didn't say auction. I'm gonna have a question for Mr. Hassan. Had you had chance to look at the standard operating procedures that Mr. Flake gave to us?
I'm just seeing a couple of this just now, this
Okay.
early before this meeting. I don't have it.
Okay, but you didn't see it I know you hadn't saw it when we did the 2018 audit, and then the special review from December 18th to March 21. Was that something that you had access to during that time? Do you know?
When we did the 2021 special review, it was still part of our observation because it wasn't fully put together at that time.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Flake, when was this put together?
The procedures or the work rules or the procedures?
Okay, I thought they were all one and the same, but one document, but each one of them, when was the work rules put together?
They are currently one document.
Okay.
The standard operating procedures were created and handed out in April 21 of 2020. And the work rules themselves were official and handed out in March of 2021. And both were provided to internal audit. The final copy of the work, or they had a draft copy, I believe, at the time of the work rules. Procedures they did have, but the draft copy had to be signed off on by the union and became official in March of 2021.
And which one had the work rules had to be signed off by the union or the
The work
operation?
rule.
Okay. And is that part of their bargaining, memorandums with personnel, or did they just sign off on it without going through bargaining?
I just try to keep an open relationship with them, and I sent them a copy and asked for their input.
Okay, and they did sign off on it.
Yes,
Okay, so you have some official document where they said, we agree to this.
I have an email. Yes.
You have an email, okay, all right,
Not a signature copy, but I do have an email. Yes.
okay. And if you provided it to internal audit, do you have some kind of document to show that you delivered that to the internal document? I mean, to the internal audit division?
I do. It was part of our responses, but it was not included in our responses online.
Might I suggest that whenever you deliver documents and you want to show that you gave it to them, that you have someone, and we have a city councilor's office that works for you too, draw up some kind of document so that when you send it or hand it over or do something, that you get a signature to show who received it, just to cover your own rear end, okay? That's why the term CYA was invented, okay? So I would suggest that you do that so that you won't, and I'm saying that with anybody, with me, I get an email so you can prove, but if you really want to have something official, I would suggest that it's real easy. This was given to him. We actually take board bills. I was the chair of rules. We take board bills over to the mayor's office, and I think we get signed documents showing that when our board bills go over there, that we send them over there. That then cleans up a lot of, I didn't get it. Okay. All right. So.
Alderwoman.
Yes.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Fletcher.
Okay. Just to be clear, the opportunity to establish a comprehensive written policy and procedures manual was repeated, and in the comments from the towing division, and I'm reading from it, a procedures manual with written policy will be created. So at the time of the audit, it was not provided. What was provided, as Alaidi Hassan said, was some of the handwritten procedures that were written for him when he sat down with the account clerks and others trying to understand what goes on.
Right.
So I just wanted to be clear.
I understand
Okay.
that.
Okay.
I thought that this was in response, but I guess where I'm getting to, is it what you expected in the audit, this final document that they have now provided, is that what you expected? Have you had a chance to go over it and see if this is what you needed, or if there's other things that still need to be included in this?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to go over it yet, but I will, and I can get back to the committee.
Okay. Mr. Hassan, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, during our last audit in 2021, even though they provided some copies of the procedure in some of the activities, but we still have some areas where we mentioned in our report that they should develop policy and procedure. So, and that's why we see that in our observation, that they need to go cover all the areas of activities of the operation.
So let me ask, go ahead.
This is some of them here in the report.
So when you've been working with someone like the towing department, which is, you've had to do several audits, continuing problems, do you ever say, well, I'm going to work with you so you can get to where and I know that's not your job, but do you ever do that and say, if they submit you something, say, well, this is not quite what we're looking for? Is that the kind of working relationship you would have, or how does that work?
If they have a special request for assistance, we can do that. But we only give them our recommendation and we expect them to work on it. But like I said, if they have any question or any assistance, any help, you can come to us. They say, we need help in this area. Then we can be of assistance to them.
Okay, so they would have to help ask you, correct?
Yeah, and then Alderwoman Tyus.
Wait a minute. Wait. Mr. Bell was first, okay? Yes, Mr. Bell.
For point of clarity, Alderwoman Tyus, I believe Mr. Flake said that the actual manual was completed in March of 2021. But from what I'm hearing, I don't say that we can confirm that we received the actual completed manual. We received excerpts from it. So therefore, I want to clarify that we never received the completed manual that he's referring to. We only received excerpts, which it's just part of a response, but we never received the completed manual that he's referring to.
Okay, and is Mr. Hassan right, correct as far as you're concerned, that if they did request assistance, that you could provide assistance so that you could get to where they need to be as far as a manual?
We could provide assistance if requested with regard to best practices, but
okay.
However, Mr. Fletcher, with regard to independence, we could not develop the procedures. We could not recommend or, actually write the procedures. We could only look and assess if it is, moving in the right direction.
Okay.
At that point, that concludes my comments.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fletcher.
Thanks, Alderwoman Tyus. I actually would agree with both Mr. Hassan and Mr. Bell. I would just further add that we definitely seek to add value. We strive to be there for all departments and department heads. So yes, anytime a department head has questions, if they want us to review policy and procedures, we are more than willing to look them over. And as Mr. Bell said, give them what we consider and what the Institute of Internal Auditors considers, which is one of the publications and one of the frameworks that we follow would be best practices. So we would do that, and we're more than willing to do that.
Mr. Flake, since you've been there for so long, I have some people who are going to come testify are prior employees, and one of them is a person who, it used to be the commissioner of towing is what he says. And he says there used to be a policy and procedure, written policy and procedure, and that it was purposefully gotten rid of. Do you know anything about that?
There was paperwork found after that employee was no longer working with the city. That was not blessed by the union, not blessed by commissioner, director, or anyone else, and did not and was not a very comprehensive guide to anything. At the time of his departure, I don't know that anyone even knew it existed until after he was no longer an employee with us.
So during that time, we still didn't. So this just amazes me because, as I said, I can show you a stack of this, of things that since I've been an alder person, I write up a guideline for everything. I pass them out at every ward meeting. This is how you do 50-50 sidewalk. This is how you get apply for money to help the seniors. This is how to keep your alley clean. That is my thing. I've been doing for 30 years. So when I hear that you all have been operating all these years without a written procedure, that checks a lot of boxes that makes me say flags, red flag, red flag, red flag. And so why has it taken so long? And I'm just putting you on the spot here. Why has it taken so long to even get what we have now? And even though I want to say, I don't know if this meets the request of what the audit department needs, but why has it taken so long to even get this?
Well, it was first brought up to my attention after the audit in 2018, which I believe was final November of 18. As I mentioned earlier, our supervisor was off on leave for approximately 4 months. At that time, we did not have a manager. We did not have an account clerk. And we were very short staffed because we had 3 employees leave at approximately the same time. Then we hired a commissioner to come in and hopefully put together this manual, which was his pretty much one and only task, along with learning the other ins and outs of CityTel. 2 to 3 months later, he was no longer employed. And at some point, I can't remember exactly when, we hired Steve Estopari. And since then, we actually have someone in our office that is very good with paperwork, very good with office rules, and has really taken the bull by the horn and has went and finished creating a lot of this paperwork that, I mean, I'd love for Mr. Young at some point to be able to tell the story of what he walked into almost 7 years ago at CityTel and how far we've came since then.
He will be able to.
My biggest concern, to be quite honest with you, other than the operations side, was to getting this all switched over to digital, which is the REGIS or Regional Justice Information System. Before, it was pretty much all paper. And that was almost 2.5 years trying to get that up and running. And that closes a lot of these old loopholes that you would see in either the 09 state audit, the 2012, 2018, and that's closed a lot of those loopholes. And like I said, currently dealing with state auditors at least once a week for the last 18 months. I mean, they couldn't talk more highly of that system and what it does and how well it keeps track of everything. And for me, I'm got an IT background, so for me, seeing what we were dealing with originally, or not originally, but 6-7 years ago at CityTel, that was more of a deal for me to at least get that up and running and off the ground than necessarily the work rules. The work rules were kind of sort of there. They just were 50 pieces of paper up on a wall. And now that we have staff and Steve and Ed, now we can actually start seeing progress.
But I'm not really talking about the work rules per se, because I saw you, I took pictures of your billboards all around, I mean, your bulletin boards all around. So, but particularly in this audit, it was asking for some kind of written standard operating procedures. So to me, if I have an auditor telling me that this year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever, I am going to get that done, because I'm not going to get a good audit if I don't ever get that done. And so your answer of why it didn't get done is that you didn't have enough staff or persons who could get it done, and or you had other things that you had to do with the staff that you had. Is that correct?
That's pretty much correct. Yes.
Okay, so like now Mr. Young is in charge of towing, but I know that Mr. Young goes out and tows himself sometimes, right?
You have to, yes.
So it is your contention that you did not have enough administrative and or clerical staff to produce this document.
That is correct.
And so did you know you could seek help from the auditor's department?
Not till
Audit
today.
department? I beg your pardon?
Not until today.
Okay, so I'm hoping that, you know, we will, after this is all done, that, because I know this is taking up a lot of your time being here, but I do hope that you do get with them. This is my recommendation, and that they get with you, and that, no, they can't write your manual, but they can get you somebody to help, and also the city councilor's office. I would suggest you ask the new city councilor to give you a city councilor, assign one to work with you, because they represent all departments. Okay, they represent the board, the mayor, but they represent every department. Ask for them to assign somebody to you to help you get this document done. We shouldn't have this conversation anymore, right, Mr. Flake? For 2 years from now, this ought to be a document that not only is it a written document, it ought to also be a digital copy, so that people who want to look can go through and see what happens. Is that something that could happen?
Yep, that's correct. And that's also why it took the work rules so long, was because we worked with personnel, we worked with city councilors, and we worked with the
Okay.
union. So that is,
Well, they need to give you more help then. So personnel too, you did work with personnel for the work rules part of it. And for even for the operating manual, were you working with personnel or city councilor with that
city
part of it?
council's on the operating procedures.
Okay. Okay, so. I don't want to get into, because I want you to come back here next week. So I'm not going to get into the daily operation unless there's something that you want to bring up that is directly address the audit that you changed or did, or what happened. And also I want to give Mr. Young a chance to talk about when he came, what it was like, and what you have been able to change. Because sometimes people don't know, if you start at 0 and you get to 40, that's a lot better than people who started at 75 and get to 100, okay? So it's really where you started from. So is there anything in this, in the standard operating procedure that you would like to go through that addresses some of the things that were brought out in the audit that maybe you changed or updated?
Not particularly, but I would like to cover the other 4 opportunities or 3 opportunities.
Okay.
After, I think we covered essentially number 2, then we kind of went somewhere else. But as far as opportunity number 3, with the account clerk, will be removed from any direct financial transaction with the public through the new procedures created in opportunity number 1. Long story short is Steve, the administrative assistant 2, he handles 90% of all financial or the reconciling of all financial transactions now. And if it's not him, it is one of our foremen who will not be touching. So we don't have the same person taking money, same person counting money, and same person reconciling. So
Okay,
that
so-
has been separated out.
So it's 3 different people or 2?
At least 2, minimum 2. We shoot for 3, but we can't always do that.
And so when we reconcile, does it make sure that we don't, that me and my best friend don't have the opportunity to collude? Is that part of the reconciliation and the paperwork trail?
Absolutely. And most of that, once again, is maintained through our, what we call our Regis system, our regional justice information system. So it's pretty much all electronic. Customer gets an actual bill. We used to not do that. Now they actually get a bill or a receipt, whichever way you want to look at it. So they actually get a copy of that, and everything's got backup currently, you know.
So when the customer gets a bill, do you also keep a copy of the bill in your department? So like, is a triplicate a duplicate so that there's a copy someplace, a paper trail, or is that digital?
It's digital.
But if we wanted to, if we were doing reconciliation or we were auditing it, we could reconcile the customer's copy with what we have online or what's in digital file.
Absolutely.
Okay. So you say Steve does 90%. Who are the other people that do the other? You can say their title, or you can say that, because Steve's title, it says it's administrative assistant, right?
Administrative assistant too.
Mhm.
And we typically, if it's not him, it's going to be one of our towing service foremen.
So towing service foreman is not somebody who actually does towing?
Once again, another good question. They are typically supposed to supervise somebody towing.
Okay.
You'd have 2 or 3 guys in the field, and if they needed a foreman, and that foreman would go back them up or respond to a situation where they needed help. But with us being 5 drivers short out of 13, most of the time they're in the field.
That's why I was surprised when Mr. Young came out and did some tow. I was like, well, aren't you in charge of towing? So you're telling me not only do you have your tow operators towing, but you also have your foreman's towing, and you have the head of the department doing towing.
That's correct.
Which means that it's hard to do paperwork. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So you believe that you have directly improved the opportunity over cash control, payment at the auction, and you also believe that you have segregated the duties, improved control over the accounting function performed by the accountant clerk. Is that what you just said?
It used to be an account clerk too. That's currently administrative assistant too.
Okay.
Number 4, if I can move on, is about a funds transport service. At the time, in 2018, there was not a current city contract with a company that would provide funds transporting services. Since then, I believe we're working on a year and a half, that there is a current contract, and we have been using it ever since it was first created.
Okay. And who's that contract with?
Loomis, L-U-M-I-S.
Okay.
L-O-O-M-I-S.
All right. And that also went through the Ms. Cooley?
I believe so. I'm not
Supply
positive,
Commissioner?
but I believe so.
And so you feel like that the opportunity to establish and document written policy on distribution of excess auction monies has been addressed. Is that right? We talked about that.
I believe it's been addressed, but I believe there's still further to go on that one as far as the escrow account. And
Right.
I think it definitely involves us, probably city councilors, treasurers, and comptrollers to figure out how we actually want to proceed forward with that. But I believe we have certainly addressed that today.
Okay, you've addressed it as far as you can, but now we need to know what happens when it moves on. Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to address in this audit?
No, I think I'm good. I am good.
Okay. Is there anything Mr. Fletcher, Mr. Bell, or Mr. Hassan has as regards to this audit right here?
No, I do not.
Mr. Fletcher?
No, I don't. I will say that, and I know the Mr. Hassan and Mr. Bell could probably speak to this as well, but they have, I just want to make sure that it's out there that the towing division has always been available for us. They've allowed us to look at everything, including in the new audit security footage. They do go above and beyond as far as being available, answering questions, providing what they have. short-staffed was actually one of the issues that they discussed with us in 2018. So I just wanted to make sure that that we were aware of that they have always been available for us to perform the function that we need to perform. So that's all.
Okay, so I am kind of a different chair. It is now 12:29. We need to do a recess for me because I see some people that need to have lunch or whatever. So I want to do it. It's only going to be a half an hour, people, but I want to do a half an hour recess so that people can have a chance to grab some. Yes, Alderman Vaccaro.
I'm gonna be in the rules and engrossment meeting. I'm
I
gonna
understand.
listen and all that.
But you know, you always do 2 or 3 meetings at once anyway.
I may have to be, I may have to.
Okay, but so I want to take a recess to 1 o'clock, okay? I know that's not an executive lunch, but will that give people time to get something to drink or put something to eat? Is that enough time?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll come.
So we can give maybe another 15 minutes, maybe 45. 15
Well,
minutes
I
to
only
the
scheduled
testimony.
this, the reason why I'm giving a half an hour, because I said this is only gonna be till 2. So I don't know if they got something else scheduled. STL TV, do you know if you have something scheduled after 2 if we run long?
No, ma'am. For committee meetings, we just have the engrossment meeting.
Okay, so you can do 2 at once, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So if we gave 45 minutes for lunch, that wouldn't, we could still come back and pick up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so good. It's 12:30. So 1:15, that's 45 minutes. You thank my vice chair. He's much nicer than I am because he's young and thinks that he's supposed to have everything. Where I came along and Marty Abusi was the chair, he didn't give us any time off. So, right. I'm gonna recess until 1:15. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. As you all return, please be mindful, this is still streaming on YouTube. We are paused in our recording, but it is still streaming on YouTube. So please be mindful of that and keep your microphones off until it is time to begin. Alderwoman Tyus, I will take down the graphic when you are ready. Alderwoman Tyus, are you speaking? You're on mute if you are.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have 4 members back. I'm going to give it another minute and then we're just going to get started.
Okay, and I will go ahead and I don't see the assistant clerk, so I see Clerk Kennedy on though.
I see that, right. Mr. Clerk, are you going to be our new clerk or is the assistant clerk coming back?
No, she is over in the other committee meeting.
Okay, so you are Mr. Clerk now. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
yes, ma'am.
We thought this was an all girls thing, but I guess we'll let you. I guess we'll let you do this.
I appreciate it.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started.
Okay, one moment.
Okay. Okay,
You can begin, Alderwoman Tyus.
thank you. We are resuming a meeting that we had a recess for lunch. It is about 1:20, so we're about 5 minutes late. And this is the streets meeting, and this is the investigation of the tow lot. And so I think we pretty much have covered the project RR04, which is what we have been going over, which was dated November 14th, 2018. So that's the original audit. I would like, is there anybody here that has anything that they want to ask a question or put something? The sound is low. Can you all hear me? Can everybody hear me?
I can hear you, Alderwoman Tyus.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Is there anybody here who has? Boy, now, too loud. Okay. If there's anybody here who has some, now I'm hearing myself. Echo. Is there? Are you hearing an echo?
Yes.
Mm-mm. Okay. Is it okay now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Is there anybody here who has anything they want to say additionally about the audit that we were just working on, which was November 14th, 2018, or have any questions about what we were saying before this? Because otherwise we're going on to the other audits. Okay, so the next thing we want to look at, and so the special review, which went from December 1st, 2018 through March 2021, and the payroll distribution review, which was issued March 19th, 2021. Were they done together or separately, or how was that done? If someone could answer me from the comptroller's office.
Alderwoman Tyus, 2 reviews were performed simultaneously. We had one payroll distribution review being performed while we're doing the special review.
Okay, and can you tell me why that was done that way?
Well, I as the audit manager, excuse me, when we looked at the special review request and the concerns that were communicated to us, I extended the audit coverage to include a payroll distribution.
Okay. Okay, so you extended it. And so the last audit had been November 18. And when was this special review requested?
That was requested really around, I think we received the notice of the request about January of 2021, if I can recall.
Okay.
And then after that, we convened, and because as a special request, as I stated earlier, it's something that is not part of our audit plan. So we had to regroup and reorganize our assignments and projects to handle this special request. So that's why we started right around that time.
All right. Okay. And then because while you were doing that, you just said it made accounting sense to also look at the payroll distribution review.
Yes, when you looked at the concerns about operational, which indicated that there would be some concern about hours worked. So to really assess the payroll process, I deemed it as the audit manager also do a payroll distribution review at that time.
Okay. And can you tell me who requested? If it's something you don't want to reveal, that's fine. But are you able to tell us who requested the review?
No, we normally do not disclose requests to reviews.
All right. Okay. So now who's going to handle this special review? Mr. Bell or Mr. Hassan, or combination? Because I want somebody to kind of go over what was done and why it was done.
You want to start with the special review?
Yes,
Okay,
not the payroll distribution, but the
right, you
special-
want to start with the special review.
Yes, sir.
I think it would be a combination of me and Mr. Hassan and I. I would,
Okay,
Hassan take lead, but then if there's any point of clarity, I will ask you for leave to come behind him and give any additional points of clarity as needed.
okay. So Mr. Hassan, so this other review was put out November 2018. And it went from January, the review we just went through, went from January 2017 through December 2017. Then the special review was done from December 2018 through March of 2021. So a year later, you was doing a review again.
Yeah, this was a special review, which was handled by one of our auditors, and I was involved as a supervisor on the project.
Yes, yes. And this was done because somebody specially requested it.
Yes.
Okay. And so can you go over just an overall, what did you find when you did the special review as compared to a year before when it was completed in 2018? I'm sorry, when it was completed in 2017 and was put out in November 2018. Can you tell me your findings? Just go over your findings with me.
What we did in 2018, the report that was issued was basically a revenue review. What we did in 2021 was a special review, which focused more on operations at the towing lot. And the observation we have here is stated on page 3 of the report. We have about 5 observations that we pointed out in our report, and also have the detailed information on the subsequent pages.
So I'm looking at page
3.
Your page 1 and 2, and then and then I'm sorry, page. I missed page 1 for some reason.
Alderman Tyres, if I may.
Wait a minute, just a minute, and I'm going to try you one more time. Alderwoman, let's try that. Alderwoman, okay?
Alderwoman Tyres.
I had that changed in the 90s because I refused to be an alderman. And if you keep calling me alderman, I'm gonna start calling you Mrs. Bell.
Alderwoman Tyres.
All righty. Okay, Mr. Bell.
Okay, for clarity on our, something that I want to explain on how our reports are structured that we didn't get a chance to explain with 2018 RR04.
Okay.
With the status of prior observations, we look at prior observations, see what has been resolved. Then when we say conclusion, we are telling you pretty much what are our observations for the current report.
Okay.
Then as you go over to detailed observations and recommendations, that's more of the really meat of the report. That gets you to the actual what has happened, what we found, what occurred, what our recommendations are, and what the response from that department is. So the detailed observation recommendations section is the more detailed outline of the report. The conclusion is just a high-level summary of the observations.
Okay. Right.
All right.
And I see you added some color indications: red for high, yellow for medium, green for low.
Yes, we do that to let you know what's the level of risk with that associated observation.
Right. And in this audit, you still don't address what happens to the money once it goes to the treasurers, right? Because while I was while we were in recess, I went and pulled the state statute, but that doesn't address what happens if they have excess money at this point, right?
No, because this was a review really looking at the operational aspect.
Okay.
And it already done a revenue review. We had addressed that risk. So now we were looking at getting an understanding of any risk associated with their operational processes.
Okay. And so I don't know why I'm missing the front page. I start with summary of page 2. Was there something? What was there a page 1?
Page 1 is pretty much a summary, background summary. I don't know why, because it should be, if your clerk downloaded it correctly, All of that is in the, on the website.
Okay, well, that's all right. So I'm gonna look at what is page 2, which is the summary, which talks about the purpose and what compliance with applicable city laws, ordinances, charter, regulation, division policies, and whatever. And, safeguard of assets, reliability and integrity of financial and operational information, economic and efficient use of resources, and adequacy of the vehicle auctioning and vehicle shredding and destruction, which is crushing the vehicles process. So that was the purpose of this one. And again, we want to note that it was specially requested.
Correct.
Do you usually do audits this close together? Is that your normal procedure?
No, it is not. As Mr. Fletcher explained with our risk assessment, sometimes we have to, break it out in parts because we want to make sure we get a wide coverage of the departments citywide. So no, it is not customary for us to really come back and audit a department that we have reviewed in the last year or so, or even 2 years. It's not customary for us to do that.
Okay. So in going over your review, you compared crush report payments and auction documentation of crushed vehicles. You observed the auction process and examined documentations of vehicles removed from auction. You compared police hold supporting documents to Regis records. You examined digital and physical records of fees charged on tolls. You compared tow truck global positioning system, which we call GPS, reports with tolls performed in Regis call logs. You observed surveillance of physical record cabinets. You inquired concerning employees' performance and division productivity. You inquired concerning division auction storage services, and you examined auction records for motorcycles sold, okay, which is the first time I've ever heard of that, okay? And then if you go to page 3, you refer back to the auction, which was November 14th, 2018.
Right, and so there we're sitting there, as Mr. Hassan stated, in our following process, we look at any observations from the prior audit to see what has been resolved, what is partially resolved, or what is unresolved. And only observation really coming from RR04 that was not resolved. So that's why we stated here, this finding is unresolved. And that was a prior observation.
So, and that was, so you put this went through March of 2021. When did you actually issue it? March 19th, 2021?
Right, it was March 3rd through 2021, and we issued it on March the 19th, 2020.
Okay, so as of March 19th, you still did not have an updated and established comprehensive written policy and procedure. Is that correct?
No, that's correct, and that's why we labeled it as unresolved.
Okay, and so I also see here where you say the payments from contractors are not reconciled to the division records. Can you explain that to me?
I'm going to refer you back to Mr. Hassan, who can give you further information on that.
Okay, Mr.
Thank you very much. What our observation here is based on the information provided to us during the audit. What we're saying here is that we understand that the contract with a service company that is involved with the crushing, but the information available was just the payment information that was provided by the company. But we don't have any source document from the division on what vehicle was sent to them for crushing. So when they are reconciling, there's no source information to reconcile with the payment information. So we realize that that's why we pointed out that there is need for them to have a source information of vehicle that was sent out for crushing and compare this with what was paid, or the payment paid by the contractor.
Okay, so when you say payments from the contractors, you're talking about the auctioneer as a contractor or some other contractor? Who are you talking?
There's a contract with Brooks, one of the company that crushed the vehicle.
To crush the vehicles?
Yes.
Okay, so.
There's a separate contract for that.
So then, okay, so there's a separate contract for crushing vehicle.
Yes.
Okay, so let's just say you got Tyus Crushing Company. So then I would then pay the city a certain amount of money for the vehicles that I got and crushed. So what happens?
Yes. Well, what they do is that I think there's a quarterly payment of vehicle that was crushed, which we pay to the treasurer's office. But we don't have any information from the towing vehicle division of what vehicle was sent to them for crushing.
So you don't know how many vehicles were sent for crushing?
Yes, but they base their reconciliation on what was paid, the payment made by the contractor.
So it could have been 10 vehicles sent for crushing, or it could have been 50 vehicles sent for crushing. There's no way to prove what was sent for crushing. Is that what
They only rely on what the contractor paid as for their own reconciliation.
So if I paid $500 back to the city, that could be for 10 vehicles, or that could be for 50 vehicles.
There is a rate for each vehicle that supposed to be paid back. I think it's about $100 for each vehicle.
It's supposed to be $100.
110 for each crushed vehicle.
500, I'm sorry, how much?
110.
$110.
Yes,
So,
for each crushed vehicle.
so if you saw $550 though, you would have to assume that it had been 5 vehicles versus something that showed you a paper trail, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so if in that, so if they had given them, let's just say somebody was colluding and they were giving them 10 vehicles, but since they don't show a paper trail, then it would have to be based on assumption that it was 5 vehicles, but no proof.
Yeah, whatever the contractor paid is what they see as a number of vehicle paid for.
Okay. And so as of March 2021, there still was not any written proof or any way to prove or reconcile how many vehicles were sent over. There's no pictures, there's no bill of, and I don't know what you would, maybe you could call it to say we have decided that this vehicle has to be compacted and crushed. And so with the VIN number, what the vehicle looked like, maybe a picture and a file, none of that.
Yeah, what we are saying is that any vehicle that is sent out for crushing, we expect the division to maintain a record of what was sent out.
Yes.
Okay, and also be able to compare this with what was paid by the contractor.
So what was sent out though, you would want a vehicle description, a VIN number?
Whatever information is on the bill of sale for each vehicle.
I'm sorry.
So the information, any information that was on the bill of sales.
Any of this, okay, information on the bill of sales. So they don't send you a copy of the bill of sales?
Well, we asked for a report on what was sent out for a particular period that we selected for testing, and we don't have a copy of we don't have the report.
Okay. Okay, so, but if you feel that if you got the bill of sale showing what was sent over, then that would rectify that problem. Is that correct?
If we have the report that was generated, we can trace that report, individual vehicle on it to the bill of sale, and then also compare it to the report from the contractor to make sure they are accurate.
Point of clarity, Alderwoman Tyus.
Mm-hmm.
We, in this review, we identified the total number of vehicles that were classified as crushed. So at that point, we wanted to compare them to the actual bill of sales. And we could not identify 42 vehicles.
Right, I see here.
So
right on page 5, is it?
Page 5. So
right.
Mr. Hassan is explaining, we looked for, if there was 223 crushed, then we looked for 223 receipts.
Right.
And we could not find receipts for 42 of them.
And was there explanation given by the department?
Mr. Hassan?
The response was that they disagree with our observation.
I'm sorry, the response was that it was a what?
They disagree with our observation.
They disagreed with the observation? But isn't that just a paper trail? Either I got 2 pieces of mail here or I don't, right?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, so I don't know. Did you send back what you had to show them that you were missing 42?
Yeah, we provided all documentation as part of our process. We do allow you to see all documentation that we use to come to our conclusion. And so
Okay,
provide that to you so that you have the opportunity to either state you agree or disagree with the observation. And you also have the opportunity from 7 working days from the date of our exit conference to give us any additional information that would help us resolve the observation. If we can resolve the observation, we will remove it from the report. I note here that although, they submitted a response, we had no additional documentation to say, well, this is where the other 42 vehicles were, or this is a reconciliation to compare to what you have reconciled to see that we received no other documentation.
so if I told you, no, I had 5 pieces of mail, and then you said, no, you only sent me 2, and I said, oh, I forgot to send you these other 3, I could send it and then your audit would reflect the change. Is that correct?
You're right. We would review the documentation sent to us, see does it satisfy the requirement, and at the management review, if it's resolved, we will resolve it, and we would not report it.
Okay, all right. And did you notify them that this, I know you're saying that this is available to them, but did you notify them that this was available to them?
What was available?
That they could, do you notify them they had 7 days to submit any additional documents?
Yes, that is part of our exit conference format. We do let them know that once we present this draft report to them, they have 7 working days from that draft report date to provide us any additional information and or their management response.
And when you do this, do you provide that in writing? And do you have something you could show me to show that you did give it to them?
That's actually part of our agenda. We could give you a copy of the agenda of the meeting, but no, that's actually part of our agenda.
So again, back on my side, so to me, I don't know if it's an exit interview or whatever you want to call it, you would provide them with a document saying you got 7 days from this time to submit any additional thing, and have whoever you're submitting that to sign that so that everybody would be on the same page. Is that something that couldn't be done?
Yeah, it could be done. And we do, as part of our agenda format, we communicate that, and we have where they are to submit the information to and by what date it should be submitted to. And if they need additional time, we tell them we're willing to work with them. Just make a reasonable request for additional time.
I understand what you're saying, but in case there was a difference, if you have somebody who has signed that saying, I received this information, then I don't have the shaking of the head and no, they didn't tell me. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand fully what you're saying, yes.
So that's just my own suggestion. Yes, Mr. Fletcher.
To clarify though, the agenda is provided to the department, and on the agenda, it should, I haven't reviewed this one recently, but it should state that they have 7 days on the agenda, and it is provided from internal audit to the department head.
Okay.
So they should have a document.
And so I'm going to give you an example. So we get notices at the board all the time. And so sometimes I get my notices, sometimes I don't. Then they'll say, oh, we sent them over there. But if I don't know who got them, if it's not my secretary or whatever, I may not have gotten it. You understand what I'm saying? So to me, just from since you're so precise, you ought to have a procedure where you have somebody from the department sign it saying that we have received notice. And this is the lawyer in me, that we have 7 days to submit in additional documents, and that your audit could be changed. That's just my suggestion. You don't have to do it. It just takes away from people saying, no, I didn't get it, okay? Or I didn't see it, because then you can point to who in the department got the actual notice. I think notices are not good when they don't get actually to people. We post notices about hearings, they put them on a poll, people rip them down. That's not actual notice, okay? So that's just my suggestion. Okay, going on. So 46, let's see, paid not on report, vehicles paid by contractor 46, paid on report 134. Vehicles on crush report 134, not paid on report 43. Total reported 177 vehicles paid for by the contractor, 180. Why is it only a 3 vehicle difference between the vehicles on crush report and vehicles paid by contractor?
Mr. Hassan, will you respond to that?
Right, I'm looking at the report now. Very good question. Well, we look at the different reports that was provided to us. The first one talking about the paid on report, and the paid on report was 143. Then the one that was, because we have different report that was given to us. So the total of those was 177. But when we actually look at the report from the contractor, it shows that 146 was paid and the 134 was on the other report. So, but we work by what was actually paid by the contractor, because that is what will probably be our interest. So, because we are looking at the money that comes into the city. So that's what we use for business of our review here.
So what I'm saying then, the top chart, the division and contractor report crushed vehicles, that came from the street department and the contractors?
Based on the report that was filed by the contractor and from the auto towing division.
So but even there were 3 vehicles missing.
There were 3 vehicles missing.
Right. Then when we go down to paid versus unpaid crushed vehicles, and so they said,
we focus our attention on what was paid by the contractor, because that's the actual money that was coming in. So that's why we use the 180, the number from the contractor for our analysis here.
So there was one duplicate tow payment. How do you have a duplicate tow payment?
Well, when we are reconciling the report, we find out that there was one that was already reported in one of the reports. So we decided to do a vehicle paid by contractor. Okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Hold on, let me see.
Okay, take your time.
Yeah, let me look at this.
And if I,
yes,
Alderwoman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Fletcher.
Okay, Alderwoman Ties. So the vehicle, the 2 columns up in the first chart, the vehicles on crush reports is missing the 46 because they weren't actually on the crush report, which is why it's 46 is not there.
And that was submitted by the division, right?
Yes, but they were paid for by the contractor. So that's why there's a discrepancy there. So there's only a 3 vehicle discrepancy because the 46 was not in that count. So we know they paid 180. So then we bring that 180 down to break it out to show there's 180 vehicles paid by the contractor. 1 was duplicate. So that's 181. That's 181 payments made. Of the total crushed vehicles, if you look at A, B, and C above in red, A plus B plus C would be the 46, 134, and 43. If you add all those up, the total crushed vehicles were 223. Subtract that from the 181 that were payments made, shows a unpaid vehicles of 42. So that's how we get to the 42. So they paid 181 for 181 vehicles.
They paid 1, according to their records, 1 they paid twice.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
But we consider it a payment because it's 110 for each vehicle. So 181, but the crushed
they actually
vehicles.
Crushed 223 vehicles.
Right. That's right.
They didn't pay for 42 of the vehicles.
But at the time of the audit, no.
And really, they didn't pay for 43 because 1 was a double payment.
If you get specific on the vehicle itself, no. But as far as I understand, it's the same price for each one.
Okay.
It's $110.
So it doesn't have to be specific. You got paid someplace. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's and then it says total owed to city is $4,620.
That was just taking the I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Where does that come from?
That's taking the $110 per crushed vehicle times the $42 or the 42 crushed vehicles that weren't paid for.
And do we have any documentation?
Well, any document.
I'm just looking at, so we got the 46, 134, and 43, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We know there was 46. That's why we put it in the column paid for, because they actually did
Okay.
pay for it. So we know there was 46. So then we know there was 134 because it was one, it was on the report. Two, it was paid for. So those two numbers we know. And then the not paid, but was on the report was the 43. So it would have been 43 that actually had not been paid. However, there
Okay.
was one duplicate. So there was the 42.
And so they were not paid, but it was on a report, the 43.
Yes.
And where would it have been in where it was showing on the report but not paid?
That would have been on the report, but not paid. This would have been the report that the crush report, right?
Okay.
Mr. Hassan? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, crush report that was provided, yeah.
And is there a crush report in here someplace that I missed?
Not in the report. The report is published for public consumption. All of the actual source documents and backup information we house in our audit software. So we do have it. We could provide it.
So did the department dispute that there were 43 that were not paid for?
Yes. The department stated in their response, this is observation one, that there were, it's essentially from what, to summarize it, it's essentially a timing difference that the contractor is actually required by contract to pay for the vehicles quarterly. And so at the time of the audit, there was essentially a timing difference. And so
that's the response I'm looking at on page 7.
yeah, and that was actually summarized. And then in the report, though, at the very back of the report is their full comment. Their full comment is at the very back.
And what page would that be, sir?
Well, it would have been after page 16, and then after that, it would have been the letter from the Department of Streets. And then
Right.
after that would have been the opportunity one. You'll see it says opportunity one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so that's their actual full uncut response from management.
So they're saying that some of this was because we had mini scooters, fiberglass bolt holes, that was all counted in the crushed vehicles. Is that what I'm reading from opportunity number 1?
Yeah, I read that as well, but that's not what we understood. They obviously can clarify, but what I understood from the observation was that it was really a timing difference, and that currently they owed on 16 vehicles with the
Right.
yeah. So, but it was a timing difference.
So 16 vehicles, they were gonna pay quarterly. So what they're saying is that you didn't have the money because it was not, as you understand it, it was not due to be paid yet.
Right.
Is that correct? Is your understanding that they do pay on quarterly payments instead of weekly or?
Yes, that
immediately?
is. Yes, that is correct. They do actually pay quarterly. That's in the contract.
And would you, in doing your audit, is there some place you would take that into account?
Yeah. Well, so the manager's response, Leonard, if you want to.
Yes, for point of clarity here, as I stated in my management response there, we note what they said there, but we received no documentation along with the written response to show a reconciliation that we could verify that there actually were 16 vehicles outstanding and that had not been paid. All we received was a statement. We never received the actual document saying this is how we reconciled back to the 16 vehicles.
So even if they could, let's just say they could provide 16, that still would have left 27.
Well, what we would have hoped for in the reconciliation, that they would have showed us how we got to from the 42 down to the 16. And
I understand.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, even if they could provide you 16, it still would be unaccounted as 27.
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, so They just sent you a statement, but there's nothing. What would you have looked for documentation to show that what they were saying was true? Would you look for some billing?
Well, I would have looked for, number one, the list of the total vehicles of 42 vehicles, compared them to the bill of lading, the bill of sale, and then if that came out to 16 outstanding, then they would have showed me that 27 were paid for as a timing difference. If they had showed that in a reconciliation, then I would have resolved.
So wouldn't it be more than, it would have been 16 at one point and then another 27? And isn't that what we're looking at? The first
Right.
would be.
Right, but if they could have shown that, if they had submitted a reconciliation that would have shown me and I could have tested it back to the documentation, yes, there should have been 42 vehicles and then 27 bill of ladings that were paid, and then showed that these were not due. Even if you showed me that you had invoiced for the 16, showing me what the due date of the payment, it could have resolved it.
Okay.
Yeah, if I may, Alderwoman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Fletcher.
So, yeah, a part of the report that the auditor and supervisor wrote is if you read on page 6, at least what we gathered during the audit was the division had not considered the practice necessary and trusted that the towing division trusted the amount being sent by the contractor. So in other words, one of the big issues we had was we never actually knew what was being sent to the crushed contractor. We never actually knew. We only were able to reconcile, and they reconciled only after receiving the payments. And the Regis report at the time did not actually filter by crush date, but rather by, I think it was inventory date. So we couldn't actually pull a report from Regis either saying, hey, what was actually crushed during this period? It wouldn't do that for us during the audit. So the big problem was up front, we don't actually know what's being sent to the contractor until we receive the payment.
So am I to understand that when we send vehicles over to be crushed, they don't pay us then, they don't pay us until after they crush them?
Yeah, they pay once a quarter from what I understand.
Is there a industry standard that does that? Or can you tell me what the reason would be? If we've already sent them over there, why they don't pay us immediately? Do they have to wait to sell the vehicles, or sell the crushed parts, or what is it?
I think that's a question for Mr. Flake. There is no industry practice with regard to crushed vehicles, so we could not really research and find out what's best practices or what's the industry norm for processing crushed vehicles.
But
Yes,
but
sir.
it's important to note that the contract actually required it. So for us, it was sufficient because the contract actually required it.
Required that they pay immediately?
Quarterly.
Quarterly.
Yeah.
Okay, so, so they pay quarterly. So you would even take that into account, long as they had a paper trail showing what they sent over there so that you could reconcile it.
Yes, we would, Alderwoman Tyus, we would. And we would have, as part of our process, we do allow a due process. And if the documentation was there, we would have reviewed it, determined that reconciliation was performed, and we could get back to the numbers that we identified.
Okay. Mr. Assad, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, it was the same thing that Jason said. I was going to say it was based on the contract agreement that they have with the contractor to pay quarterly.
Okay. Mr. Flake, I hope you're taking notes because I'm going to come back and let you respond. I see you moving. You're doing like I do. I shake my head and do the whole thing the whole time when the board is going on. And then people will say to me, you were shaking your head so much, so I'm trying to not do that as much, but okay. So let's continue, Mr. Hassan. The next one, we did payment from contractors and not reconciled. So the next one is opportunity to improve control over crush. Was there a difference between the crushed vehicle classification? What is that?
What we're saying is that they don't have a policy in place to define what vehicle is considered to be crushed or what should be going to auction. So if there's no rating policies or defined policies of what should be considered a crushed vehicle, then it's possible for a vehicle that's supposed to go to auction to be sent to crush, which would be a loss to the city in terms of revenue. Because if a vehicle can go to auction and be sold for $3,000, the same vehicle can be sent to crush for $110.
Right.
So we thought there should be a standard criteria to be set up by the department to determine what should be considered a crush vehicle, or that will not go to auction.
So
we don't have something in place for that.
Okay, so what you're saying, go ahead.
We recommend that they should have a criteria to define what you consider a crush vehicle, and the reason why it's not going to auction.
Okay, because I guess my question is that, let's just say you got an older vehicle, but it was a vehicle that has parts that, my uncle collects vintage vehicles. So although it may seem like it's not anything for you, you could sell parts to a parts company rather than crush them, and that would have a value. Is that your point?
That's our position, yeah.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
I do believe,
Mr.
I do believe they have a, they actually also sell to contractors who deal in parts.
So besides crushing, they sell for parts?
I do believe so. I think that's a separate contract. I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, but the contention here is that they just don't, so one person gets to decide if you crush it or not. Is that it?
Right. So, I mean, they provided some information as to what goes. Of course, we know that if a vehicle goes past auction date or 30 days throughout for the auction, if they hold the vehicle for more than 30 days, I believe it can go to crush. In other words, it hasn't sold. Another reason would be if the VIN number is ripped off, they can't sell a car without a VIN. If there's partial VIN number plates, if the vehicle is too badly damaged. So they've given us, they did all they could to explain all that. However, we sampled 34 vehicles and 7 of this 34 lack sufficient documentation why they didn't go to auction. In other words, a lot of them, they were able to show us, yeah, it was missing the VIN number, or it was so badly damaged, it's scrap. But 7 of the 34, they were not actually, at least during the time of the audit, explain why these didn't go to auction first.
Can you sell parts if the VIN number is off?
I think you can sell parts. I think so. But well, I don't know. I actually would. The expert on that would probably be the towing division, or
I will ask them too. But I just want to know
Olaide may know.
Right.
But I know that if they don't have a VIN number, it goes to crush. As far as I understand, it goes to crush immediately. I mean, that goes straight to crush.
If I had a 2000 Mercedes-Benz and it didn't have a VIN number on it, you would crush it. Is that what you're telling me?
That's the way I understand it. Yes.
Okay, I have to stop this Mr. Flake. Is that true?
Yes, that is true. If it doesn't have a VIN, per the abandoned property manual that you, I believe, have in your shared drive.
Right.
Per that manual, it must be crushed.
And you can't sell it for parts.
Not if it doesn't have a VIN.
And so this is something we need to look, to me, that's crazy. And that should be something that the state needs to take another look at, because as I said, I have several uncles who they restore classic cars, they collect them. And when they're searching around looking for something, parts like that, if you got something that's somebody really wants, and I grew up, I loved Mustangs, 70s Mustangs, because I'm a child who loved the Mustangs and Camaros. So I can't believe that we would just take a car that nobody came for and just crush it because it doesn't have a VIN number. But you're saying that's the law.
That is correct for us. If you happen to be rebuilding your own car that would not have necessarily matching VINs,
right?
You can go to the state and get what they call a 5062 form, and then you can actually get that either re-VINed or get it straightened out for personal ownership.
But what if I was doing it and I didn't know about that? And so then you understand where I'm going with this? So I've rebuilt this car. It doesn't have the perfect VIN. So then my car just gets crushed.
Absolutely.
My heart hurts to hear that.
I would get that straightened out first.
I'm telling you, my heart hurts because when my uncles restore cars, I loved when I was growing up to get in those cars. What is the car, one of them, the Thunderbird or whatever, that opens from both doors like that? My sister and I grew up riding in those cars. So you would crush those cars. I think that there's going to be a hit out on you guys now from classic car collectors, because I just think that that is just I'm a recycle person. I recycle everything. And so we just put that in and we crush it, and it goes into, when we crush it, where does it go?
The vehicle gets completely destroyed and shredded.
And then do we use that metal over?
Yep.
I'm going to
Yes.
tell you, you have broken my heart with what you just said now, okay? Go ahead.
I will say most of the time we have issues with that. It has something to do with the chop shop. So that's where most of those come into play at.
And I understand not wanting to enrich the chop shop. But if we got something of value, this city that is not very rich, for us to then just to have to crush it and throw it away, that reminds me, when I first moved to the city of St. Louis, I worked for the Department of Welfare. Mr. Tripp was the Director of Health and Human Services, and they had a free breakfast and lunch program. And I have to tell this story, and it makes me old. And with the free breakfast and lunch program, the kids went to different churches and parks, and they got a meal. And it's apple, milk, sandwich, whatever, but they got meals, children who may not be able to get meals. But sometimes the children were hungry and wanted another piece of the meal. They wanted an apple or whatever. If we gave them the apple, we had to give them the whole meal. And if the kids did not eat the whole meal, it had to go in the trash. I was the monitor. That galled me then. That was a complete disregard of human life, human hunger, the human experience to me. I moaned about it all the time, but it had to go in the trash. So my thing that I told people is put it in a clean trash bag. It didn't say how it didn't say it had to go in the dirty trash, because I could not reconcile taking government food that people needed to eat and just throwing that in the trash. So when I hear you say that we sometimes take a perfectly vehicle, maybe it's not perfectly good, but a vehicle that people could use parts for, or maybe could be restored, and we don't have that option, that makes me, that to me, I need to talk to my state rep and my state senator, and we maybe need to carve out an exception. Is that something you could do? If they carved out an exception, would that be something you could, or would that just make it harder on you?
Well, this requires a little bit of history here. We choose pretty much no vehicle to ever go to crush. We have an auto theft division in the city that tries everything they can to verify VINs. So if there's not a VIN, let's say on the dash, door's not a very good example because people replace doors, but they also have multiple other places that they can have VINs on them.
Right.
And our auto theft division will work with an individual to get that 5062 form. But we personally do not ever choose a vehicle that has to go to crush, because that is why we have auto theft. Actually, it's not entirely true, because sometimes this vehicle doesn't sell at auction. It'll also go to get crushed, but because $110 is better than $0.
And so again, I'll go back to the parts. Do you have a separate contracts where people can, if you got a VIN number, can they sell parts? Can you
If
sell
you have
it
a
for
VIN
parts?
number, it'll just go to auction just like anything else.
And they could buy it and then use it for parts?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, back to where we were. That just, I don't like wasting anything. I paid for recycling in the city back before we had recycling. So I just think that that is awful, and throwing food or anything away. We got a next generation on here from the 13th and the 17th and the 3rd. And so we want them to have an earth to live on, and then the generation after them. So I know that people who are making these laws think they're good, but I think they need to look beyond my generation or the generation before me or after me, and look at this generation that's coming along and say, we want them to have an earth to live on. And so we maybe need to revisit some of these things. Okay. Okay, so. And So, Mr. Hassan, this opportunity to improve control over crushed vehicle classification is basically just a procedure or an outline of the steps in writing is what you're looking for, right?
Yes, in addition to that, we want them to specifically define what should be considered a crushed vehicle and what should be sent out to auction. But like I said, it was also based on our testing of information provided to us. So we identified that those vehicles that was lacking the 7 that we identified, there was no description of why they are not sent to auction or why they are classified as crushed vehicle.
Okay. And then I see here vehicles eligible for auction were not sent to auction. And how did that happen? And what is your understanding of what happened there?
During our review, we selected 2 major auctions because they do the auction every Thursdays. We selected two auctions during the period of our review, and we identified that 8 vehicles. Among those, the first day was 6 vehicles, and the second auction that we selected was 2 vehicles. That there was no reason why they were not sent to auction. And as at the time we've concluded our review and our report, there was no documentation provided for us to justify why.
And what happened to those vehicles who were eligible for auction and were not sent to auction?
Yeah, that was the question that we asked, that why are they not sent to auction? But there was no, if you look at the detailed report, one of them was explaining that because there was the understanding that if a vehicle has no VIN number or is bond, they don't have to go to auction. But the 8 that we identified from the 2 auctions that we selected, there was no information provided to explain why they were not sent to auction.
Okay, but did you ever find out?
One of them was said to be missing. So
they were said to be missing?
Yes, based on the response that we got from them.
So they just disappeared from the tow lot. Is that what they told you?
That's what we understand from the discussion we had. But no documentation was provided to support the remaining one why they were not sent to auction.
Okay. Okay, now the next one says opportunity to improve documentation of police hold, request and release. Can you tell me about that?
We review, as part of our process audit review, we look at the police hold. How do they process the police hold in terms of request, and how do they get this information? So we did some testing. 82% of what we tested, we found out that 8 of them had appropriate documentation, while 37 out of 45 that we tested, 8 of them had the appropriate documentation, which shows the document for the request for hold and the release document. But 37 were either missing for request or release information. So throughout our review, they couldn't provide us information for that, and we gave them the number of those vehicles.
And so when a police does a hold on it, police says, wait a minute, don't sell that vehicle. There's a hold on it because we're investigating. Is that what happens?
Yeah, there should be a request from the police, which have to be documented in the file. And when they release it, there should be also documentation for that.
So once they release it, then they could sell it at auction?
Yes.
But if they're holding it, is usually the reason that there's some kind of investigation, they're trying to determine who owns the vehicle?
Either investigation or there's a court case going on it, or trial or going on it.
Okay. And again, what kind of documentation would you like to see?
We just want to verify that any vehicle that is on hold, there's a request from the police that they should keep it on hold. Because that's the reason why the vehicle will not go to auction.
But if the police are putting a hold, don't they put some kind of paper trail?
That's what we have. That's what was missing in some of this testing that we did. We don't have the.
So that wasn't submitted to you?
Yes.
Could you get it from the police?
No, we don't contact, we only work with the division.
So the division it is up to them to submit you what you need for your audit.
Yes.
So even if the evidence of what you need is someplace else, they should get it to you.
Well, normally they communicate with police for such information. So we only request them to provide us but it's supposed to be in their file for each vehicle, whether release or request from the police.
Okay, now we're back here to opportunities to develop detailed policies and procedures. Is this back to, again, what we've been talking about, that they said?
Yes, with
Right.
other, yes, we including the crushing a vehicle, we believe that you have a policy and procedure in place for everything.
So-
Every operation that you have in the division.
So a high risk, going over here to page 4, payments from contractors are not reconciled to the division records. So you say that is a very high risk, right?
Yeah, because it involves a lot of money. If you are not collecting enough money from the contractor, then you are losing money. If you are giving up free money to the contractor.
And that's only what you actually catch, because it could be a much larger situation.
It could be more if we extend our review or our testing.
Okay.
Alderwoman Ty, as a point of clarity,
Yes, sir.
in our audit.
Mr. Bell, I really do need you to come online when you're talking.
Okay, please, excuse me, I do apologize. In our audit process, we will choose a sample. And that's what Mr. Hassan is referring to, that we look at a sample.
Yes, sir.
And we look at what that sample produces to us. If we do 100% based upon that sample, we can project what would be over the population. So if we did 100%, we would be confident that the number will be larger based upon the sample.
I understand. That's what I'm saying. That's just I understand sampling. I even have a book called How to Lie with Statistics, but I do, when I took statistics, that was one of the books we had to read, but I understand sampling.
I recall that book as well.
Then that means you're old. Okay. Another high risk we said here was the opportunity to improve control over crushed vehicle classification. So we kind of went over that already, and that is a high risk opportunity because that's a way for us also to lose income, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Vehicles eligible for auction were not sent to auction, so that's another high risk and another way we could lose income. And all of these should be very easy to document if we just followed the paper, if we did the paper trail and followed them, right? Shouldn't be anything hard.
Shouldn't be a problem if there's documentation, proper documentation for it.
I beg your pardon?
But there shouldn't be any problem if there's a proper documentation.
Okay.
For auditory.
All righty. Shouldn't be any problem with proper documentation. And then we're at a yellow here, opportunity to improve documentation of police holes. So that's a medium risk right there. And why did you find that to be a medium risk versus a high risk? If you could explain the difference to me.
Okay, the high risk has to do with actual loss of revenue. Okay, we try to quantify how much the city will be losing in terms of money. Like we said, if a car is supposed to go to auction and was sent to crush, there's a lot of difference between $110 from crush and 3,000 or 5,000 from auction. That's actually with money. But the documentation of police hold, just to make sure that things are done properly. Because there's a requirement that for everything to be kept on hold, it has to be requested from the police. So we are requesting that those information should be in the file. And then when they are releasing it for auction, which we can send to auction, then there should be something in the file also. So we thought that the risk is a little, at least lower than the actual cash involved.
Okay, so it's less of a risk to lose funds. Yes, sir, Mr. Fletcher.
Thanks, Alderwoman Tyus. Also, Regis, they actually have access to Regis. So they actually have probably the most up-to-date information available for police holds and releases. However, we feel it's best practice that they have that available for auditors and other on site, that we can actually reconcile between what the Regis system says and what the file folder says. And so that's where the difference was, that when we came on site, they didn't always have, or very few times they had the actual information for us to review.
And the file folder was paper, not digital, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Sounds like the argument at my house. I'm also make a copy. And so in my house, I keep a paper copy of everything. And in case something gets messed up, you can go back and recreate and reconcile. So that's what you want to do when you come over there to do an audit, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All righty. And I see here that opportunity to develop detailed policies and procedures went down to yellow from up to red. Was that because they had done some improvements by this time, or you saw improvements and things that were better than what it had been?
Yeah, we, like I said, we have developed some procedure, okay, but we still want them to cover every aspect of the operation.
Okay.
So we believe that we can be able to put everything together, that will be helpful to their employee or to the staff in performing their work. So we just want to encourage them to do in the other areas that they have not covered.
So that needs improvement. They were headed the right way, but they still needed to improve. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else in this report before I let Mr. Flake respond, or Mr. Young, anything else that you want to go over in this second report here, the special review? No, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Flake, your turn.
Thank you.
You have
Alderwoman.
specific replies, or do you want me to ask you questions?
I mean, most of our replies are already part of their final audit report. So most of that you guys can probably read on your own. I can give a brief synopsis of at least opportunity 1, 2, 3, and 4 from our side.
Okay.
Or you can ask me questions, whichever.
You go ahead and give your synopsis, and then if I have questions, I'll ask, or committee can ask.
So opportunity 1, I think Jason pretty much explained this somewhat. The big 2 numbers on here were paid and done on a report. The payment we received was from the prior quarter. That's why there's 46 cars showing up there. Honestly, I can never figure out where they came up with their 43 not paid that were on the report. I came up with 16 that had been sent that were not on the report. Each one of these vehicles has a bill of sale that goes to the contractor who shreds these vehicles. Each one of these pieces of paper was in the file folder and documented in Regis. And like I said, I still don't understand where they got their 43 whenever we have 16, and it was based on the same report we handed them. So, but yeah, most of that I believe is just a time issue. Like I said, with the payment that we received for the previous time period or the previous quarter, that was the top number, and I don't understand the bottom number.
And I'm trying to understand though, if it's a timing issue, so you would have one set of documents, these were already paid for, right?
Yes.
Okay, and these are the bill of sales, and they've been paid because the contractors paid us, it was within the time frame of that particular payment period.
Yes.
Then you would have a group that have not been paid for. They already have them at the place that's gonna crush them, but they have not been paid for. But you got a bill of sale.
That is
right?
correct. Yes.
And then the third group would be those that you still have and haven't been crushed and they're on the lot. I'm trying to get.
Yeah, I don't know that those really work their way into this one, but
Okay.
we do have vehicles that are on our lot that do need to be crushed, but it's 2 or 3 typically. Because auto theft, like I said, has to declare them, needs to be crushed, and they're not going to knock out more than 2 or 3 a week on a good week. So
Okay, so you weren't able to sit down with them and find out what they were telling you what the problem was.
it was explained to them the timeline, and I believe they were actually provided a list of the 46 vehicles that were paid for that were not on the report.
Were provided a list since this report came out?
One more time.
What were they provided the list after this report came out?
I believe they were provided that list while they were in the middle of their audit.
Okay, but if it wasn't, then would it have been provided afterwards?
I don't believe it was provided afterwards, but I mean, it could be provided today. It could have been provided at any time.
So what I'm saying is that since they are still saying they don't have it, it would seem to me that you should provide it for them. And I'm going to ask this question. I know it's out of your 7-day realm, but could you do a amended audit or addendum to the audit or something like that? Is that something that is possible to any of you 3 gentlemen from the comptroller's office?
Oh, yes, this is Mr. Fletcher. We are more than willing to do a follow-up and yeah, and we were provided the actual crush report. We do have that. And I actually do have in front of me the 43 vehicles by, I believe it's tow ticket. I'd have to pull it back up, that we found that we're not, he said he found 16. I understand we found 43 based on the tow numbers. So, and missing toes. And so, but yes, we could do a follow-up anytime. We could discuss after this and go through what he's got, and we can update the report. Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's what we're going to do, Mr. Flake. Okay. So go on.
And just on that topic, can I receive those tow ticket numbers that are in question on this 46 or the 43 or both?
Sure. And I would have thought that the auditor would have provided if you had asked, and maybe you did ask, but sure, we can provide those. Absolutely.
Just for point of clarity, our
Oh,
process.
excuse me, Mr. Bell. We have to see your handsome face. You're testifying.
Just for point of clarity, our process, we do provide all documentation to show why we're drawing our conclusions. That is part of our process to allow the people to look at the information and give us, if possible, suitable information, verifiable information that we can say, okay, we can accept this information and resolve the observation, or we cannot accept it. So that is part of our process throughout the entire audit before we even prepare the draft report.
Yes, sir. And I think you've said that before, right? During this hearing, you said that you give them 10, you present them what the problems are, and then they can update and submit more information. I've heard you on several occasions say that. Yes, sir. Okay, so, but you will, between the 2 of you all or 3 of you all, you will give him the documentation again of what's missing?
Yes, but let me clarify what Mr. Fletcher was saying. To do an amended report would be in the format of a follow-up report on the actual original report. So we would state each observation and say that the observation is either resolved, partially resolved, or unresolved. So
Okay.
that would be our official amended report.
Yes, sir.
In essence, go back and change the issue report that is already issued.
Oh, no, I didn't want that. I just,
Okay.
amended, I meant, okay, so we're missing these 42, but now we showed that these 42, what happened to them?
Yeah, but that will be part of a follow-up report.
Yes,
which
sir.
we're welcome to do.
Yes, sir. Okay. Well, we got a new street director also, so we want to give her a chance to talk to her the people who work with her. And so, but I would like to see this, if we can do a follow-up and try to at least narrow the gap, because that is very concerning to me that you're talking about 16 and you're talking about 43. That's and that's just a sampling. So that could go really big. So I'd like to see if we could do a follow-up with that, if at all possible. Okay, Mr. Flake, go ahead.
Circling back on that same point, what we receive is exactly what you're looking at minus the management responses. Exactly. No numbers are provided to management, at least. Were we asked to provide file folders, reports, et cetera? Yes. Until we received this report here, we have no other knowledge, and we have no other knowledge on what those tow numbers are other than what was on this report. For opportunity or observation 2 and 3, I actually asked for all of the information during our exit hearing for 1, 2, 3, and I believe 4. Yes, and 4. And I received the tow ticket numbers for observation 2 and 3 only. And I have detailed information on 2 and 3 because I have detailed tow ticket, which I can very easily look up. On that note, I'll move on to number 2.
Well, I want to say
Actually,
this, I want to stop for a minute and say, that's why I am a firm believer in having people sign whatever documents they get and a copy. And I do that. I'm an apartment building owner. When my tenants leave, when they come, they sign documents. We take pictures of the building. And when they leave, they sign documents and we take pictures of the building. So everybody is on the same page and people can't say, I didn't get this. This is why I say from all aspects, that's why you need to add a procedure to prove who you gave those documents to or what the documents were. And I actually make my tenants sign every page, initial every page of the lease, so that it doesn't become an issue. Oh, well, that wasn't in my lease originally. So you guys on both sides to me need to come up with a procedure that you get signatures so that you won't have two different people saying, well, you didn't give me that. You did give me that. That's my suggestion. Go ahead, Mr. Flake.
Observation 2, like I said, it's mostly wrote there in the management responses. The observation itself. Is our opportunity to improve control over crushed vehicles. They had 7 unexplained tows or crushes. 2 of those were just the hull of boats. So it's just a fiberglass portion of a boat and most of them were damaged also, of course, and the motor and everything had been taken out of them and anything useful had been removed already. Those, since they're not going to sell at auction, we just smash those with a loader, a front end loader, and we put them in our junk bin up at City Tow. 2 of them are motorcycles that did not sell at auction and were used or sent to be crushed using our vehicle disposal contract. And we had 2 mopeds, which were very tiny and no VIN, no serial number. So we actually just threw those because they didn't have engines on them either. So we just threw those. We got a scrap metal bin at City Tow for car parts and random stuff that find its way onto our parking lot. So we just threw those in there and used a separate scrap metal contract that the city has.
So my question, Mr. Flake, is though, when you bring them in, do you have some kind of paper documentation to say we brought them in?
Absolutely.
So then what happens then when you just decide this is junk, you don't have any paper documentation of how you got rid of them. Is that the problem?
We have handwritten notes on those since it's in my audit response here somewhere. I think it's a little over a year at this point. Those I have been signing a letter on. One of our tow foremen have been taking pictures of each and every one of them, whether it be anything that goes to either crush or just the junk bin or scrap. Everything that leaves our yard has a picture taken of it.
Okay.
Everything that leaves our yard has a letter from me with the VIN, if it's able to be made out a make, model, color, VIN, tow ticket number, all of that. And at the point of this, we were doing that already. And the last one was a vehicle. Yeah, the last one out of the 7 was a vehicle that at that time it was still sitting in auto theft. And after the conclusion of the audit, it was eventually sent to be crushed by the contractor.
Okay, let's take the boat hull for a moment. So when you decided that was just going to be crushed and put in your bin, and you got paperwork to show that, why would you provide that to the auditor, or did you provide that to the auditor?
Everything that was in our file folder was provided, which every one of these has handwritten notes on the bottom stating where they went. I think the issue was to my understanding, actually from our foreman and supervisors at City Tow when they were working there, is that there was a confusion about what was actually being sent to be disposed of through the crush contract versus smashing and disposing and or using our metal bin at our yard.
So is there a procedure to allow you to use just a metal bin versus giving it to the contractor to crush it? Is there something in your manual, in the law, or is there something you just kind of created from your usual procedure? Where did this procedure decide, well, it's a boat hole, we're not going to have it crushed? And did it have any value that we should have it crushed and try to get value from the person who is doing the crushing?
Yep. Auction wise, we couldn't sell it. Shred wise, or vehicle destruction, crush, whatever we want to call it wise, it has no value to him because he's in the metal business. So the only value.
And this is fiberglass, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the only value, and is there is no, to us, there is no value other than it's taking up a parking spot. And the easiest way for us, or the best way for us to get rid of something like that, which we've learned through the years, is just to smash it and throw it away.
Okay. And so you smash it, you would write up this is a fiberglass hole from a boat, and
Yes.
it had no auction value or no crush value. Therefore, we smashed it and put it in our bin, in which we dispose of it at the city dump, I guess.
It probably goes to waste management, but yes.
Okay, wherever, right. But there is a paper trail to show that that is what happened to that, and there's a picture to prove it, right?
Depending on the time they came in, like I said, about a year plus ago, I have to look and see exactly when these were crushed. Actually, we got 12. One of the motorcycles was from 12/14/17 is when it was crushed. I don't have a date on the two boats.
But I'm saying, so this has been your practice, if not always, this has been your practice in the near
At least
present.
last year. Yeah,
Last
at least last year.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that's noted. And my response was in March. And in there, I noted that we've been doing the extra piece of paper and photos for the previous 6 months at that time. So right at a year.
Okay.
Uh,
And if you're gonna do addendum or follow-up, if you got something that would provide them with extra information about some of these things, you could provide it at that time also, right?
Absolutely.
All right.
This was all, I mean, that's kind of the thing about the audit, we're audited for, I can't remember what the start date was, but 3 months, and then we have 7 days, depends on how many days a week you work, in order to make these responses. And to me, most of this information was available during the audit, and I'd rather see an audit continue if there were differences by as much as we have here, and actually come to a reasonable solution. And if we're wrong, we're wrong. And as you can tell from my management responses on this, I do not agree with most of this audit. And I believe, because I mean, literally in 7 days, and I actually have other things to do other than answer audit questions. I was able to come up with a very good location, very good answers to, or what I believe to be very good answers to most of the issues they found. And I believe if we would have extended this audit a week, I think we could have resolved everything. Because it only took me a couple of days to figure out the right answers to things.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Fletcher. First question, can you extend an audit?
Thanks, Alderwoman Tyus. Yes, you can extend an audit. If this had been requested to be extended, I am unaware. Because if it was, absolutely, we extend audits. 7 days is just we like to get something on the calendar so that this doesn't sit on someone's desk, or any other audit doesn't sit on someone's desk for long periods of time, which does happen. The second thing I want to say is We worked on this audit hundreds of hours. I want to say this was like 300 hours, maybe more. And we worked directly with the tow division staff. So everything that's in this report was directly from a foreman, the clerks, the entire audit was performed with the staff. They knew of everything that was being put in this report. It wasn't that we go to an exit. We never go to an exit conference. And the day we sit down, we say, now you have 7 days, and you were in the dark until that point. You knew, typical audits, the entirety of the audit, what is going on, what's going to go in the report. And then you're provided a draft response saying, here it is, the culmination of all we've worked on. Now, can you give us something to help alleviate some of these observations? So I just wanted to be clear that, but again, I do apologize if it was requested to be extended. I wasn't aware. I didn't attend the final exit conference, but yes, I just wanted to make that statement.
All right.
Point of clarity.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Okay, Mr. Bell.
Alderwoman Tyus, let it be documented that we received no request for additional time in the execution of the audit. Let it also be noted that in this hearing here, I note that Mr. Flake says that he did a lot of the additional work. If you have a staff over there, I would think that your staff will be equipped to perform that work in addition to probably overburdening yourself. I think the staff should be adequately trained, and I do confer and affirm with Mr. Fletcher that we did work with the staff who is the direct process owners of the process. So I do find it interesting that if they could not find the information, that Mr. Flake was able to find.
Okay, Mr. Flake.
Well, I'm very good at finding information, number one, but when we received the draft report, we are told that we're having an exit conference, and in 7 days, you must have your answers. End of story.
Again, I'm going to go back to nothing like written things that you sign saying this is all of this he say, she say. I don't like as a lawyer. I really do. I want to see documents from now on. When I ever come back, I want a document saying on this date, Ken Flake signed this document saying he could request more time. And I want to see that signed and dated, okay? I want Mr. Flake, I want you to have a document similar that I submitted this to them on this date and I requested more time. It makes it much easier than this going back and forth saying, yes, you did, no, you didn't, okay?
Yep.
Yes, sir, Mr. Fletcher.
Just one last thing, Alderwoman Tyus, thank you. I'm in by no means saying that information wasn't provided. In fact, the office was very forthcoming with information throughout. We worked again hand in hand with clerks and foremans and others for hundreds of hours. What I am saying, though, is that at the end of the audit, what was provided was insufficient for us to remove, up until that point of the exit conference, was insufficient for us to remove the opportunity for improvement. So yes, information was provided. There was explanations, and in the report, we document all this. We document some of the stuff that was mentioned to us by the foremans or the clerks. But again, at the end of the day, it still didn't rise to the level of sufficient for our purposes to ensure that city assets, tow vehicles aren't being lost, which we had foremans telling us tow vehicles were being lost, and other issues. So again, they worked well with us. It just wasn't sufficient for us to remove it from the report.
So is your testimony that verbal explanation or even a written explanation is not the best evidence? The best evidence is the documents that go along with so that you will have checks and balances. Is that what I'm hearing?
Depending on what the observation was, yes. And even when they provided written explanations, explanation versus source documents makes a difference. So, and then some of these, they didn't provide anything. I know it's mentioned that it was provided, but from what I understand and what the audit manager's response was at the time of exit conference, as of that day, he noted that, and Mr. Bell's on the call, that he noted that it was not provided as of that day. So again, they worked well with us. They were open and forthcoming. It just wasn't sufficient to remove the opportunity the improvement from the report.
So it'd be like if I said I saw an accident, but I had a camera video of the accident. I explained it to you, but I never gave you the camera video that showed the accident in an entirety. So you're looking for the best evidence or the best documentation, not just my verbal explanation of what happened.
Yeah, that in some cases that could be accurate. Yes. Yep.
Okay. Okay, Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, Mr. Flake.
Yep, number 3, I guess, is what we're up to. Vehicles eligible for auctions were not sent to auction. 2, 3, 4 of those vehicles out of the 6, actually 8 if you use both the left column and the right column. 2, 3, 4 of those were sent to auction. 1 was crushed via our vehicle shredding contract. 1 was a duplicate tow number, which has duplicate tow number written into the folder that was found at City Tow.
How do we have a duplicate tow number? Don't you have pre-pitted documents and with numbers already in sequence?
We do. It wasn't a duplicate tow number. It was a duplicate of another vehicle. So we have 1 tow number. Then I assume somebody couldn't find a tow ticket or something like that. And so they created another one for some reason. And that vehicle was actually redeemed probably 3 months before, or I don't know, September 29th, 20. And that was.
Sorry, let me stop for a minute. Is this a tow ticket that you gave us? Is this the thing that is triplicate that's white,
Yes,
yellow, and pink?
yes.
So aren't they put in different parts? Like we used to have this for automatic request, okay? This used to be just what we used to use before they had a Citizen Service Bureau, which I liked much better. So the white copy went directly to the department, okay? Then the yellow copy I would send to the person who requested the whatever needed to be done out in the ward. And my secretary kept the pink copy in a file until you or whoever responded to me in the number of days that were given to you. Is that not what you do with your triplicates?
1 copy goes to PD, Police Department.
Okay.
The other 2 copies come back to our office, but then they are put into one inbox until they're entered into Regis. Once they're entered into Regis, then you start creating a folder. And apparently at some point, somebody could not find the original tow ticket and or manila envelope and created a second one.
So wouldn't the police be your backup for the copy?
They could be, and these tow tickets were very close in numbers. So I would assume within a day or 2, instead of reaching out to PD, someone in the office just created a new ticket.
And does that happen very often, or is that something very unusual?
I think I've only seen 1. I'm sure the tow guys have probably seen more than that, but during multiple audits, I've only seen 1.
And just in going back to that, so if they create another one, do they have to write across there or do any kind of indication that this is another ticket that's being created because he couldn't find the other one?
I don't believe they did so on this one, from what I recall.
So you don't put duplicate or anything on it?
No.
Because it appears, I'm just thinking that maybe if you don't have the time right there to do it, if you put it was a duplicate, that you go back and see if the PDs or somebody has something that's close to this with all the same information and say, and try to reconcile that.
Absolutely.
I know that takes time. And I also know what I heard one of them say, so I want to say that sometimes you just don't have enough staff to do all of that. I do understand that also. So all across the city, I will say this, you not saying it, but I'll say it, because I've been here since '91. We've had several mayors before this one who believed in privatization. And when you believe in privatization, you get rid of city staff. I actually requested the list of city workers from 1990, 2000, 2010, and 2020, because I've been here through all of those. And so there's a difference in city workers, and people do not understand that. And I'll just give you an example of BPS. We now have 2 people assigned to us from BPS. When we first got the money for the taxes in 94, we had like 3 or 4 people, maybe 5 people working at BPS that were our liaisons to get things done. So that's why it takes a lot longer for us to get things done, because we got 1 in North St. Louis, 1 in South St. Louis. If you do not have enough staff and you have to do it yourself, it does, I'm gonna make this, it does take you longer. And you do have to have people who maybe shouldn't be doing that come in. So I'm gonna say that just because I know that I haven't had a neighborhood improvement specialist. I say that every week. I'm gonna say that every week because the mayor's office hired mine away. So you guys get stuff from me, Mr. Flake, directly, because I have to go out and be my own. So and I also have my committee man, who is my husband, for those of you who don't know, do that. And so people were upset, like, well, why is she doing this? Because I don't have one. So I either have the people in my ward not get represented, or I have to do the automatic and neighborhood improvement specialist. So I really would like to get paid for both of those. So that's for the mayor's office to hear, or at least for the public safety department to hear. But okay, so, and I believe that, and this is just me saying this, I don't think there's hardly any department in the city that does services that has enough people right now, from forestry to refuse to, we just don't have enough people. And that has been done over 20 years. It's not this current mayor. It was done over the last 20 years from the 2 previous mayors. And that is a shame, because now you feel the effect, but you don't look at how it got to be that way. So I'm a person to tell you that I actually did ask for statistics, and it is some stark differences in how many people we have to do services. And people would like to think that, well, you got less people in the city, but you don't have less land in the city. You don't have less, we have the same amount of acreage in the city that it was in 1991. And ever since we became a city, maybe we've annexed maybe a block or 2, but we're basically the same amount of mileage that we were. And so we still have all these people that have to do this service. And the reason why people are leaving is because we don't give those services. Everybody thinks building stadiums is so great, but everybody wants their trash picked up, their streets cleaned up. They don't want vacant cars sitting on their streets. So these are things that we need to have enough people to do the job. So that's why I was very glad to go out to towing. And I already knew that Mr. Young, because since I became the chair of streets, I actually have been calling on Mr. Young, and I used to work with Mr. Gunn about, I need these cars towed and how we can do it in a more timely manner. We used to get our streets cleaned twice a month, which meant the police were on your street twice a month writing tickets. Now under Francis Slade, they went to once a month, which was just, what's another word that's not stupid, but I can't come to any other word right now. So I'm going to say stupid, and made the city dirtier. And also it had less police on your streets, because now they're not coming to check for if you've moved for street cleaning. And so you're not getting the tickets on the cars fast enough. And that happens. I know all of this because I've been sitting on streets since 1991. Yes, sir, Mr. Bell.
Alderwoman Tyus, I would recommend the word uninformed.
No, I'm gonna say stupid, because he was an alderman, okay? And when I got down here, he said not one, I sat where I sit right now today, and then somebody else sat, and he sat on the end of the second row. So he should know better, and that was not a good idea. And it does not help the city. And I would beg the mayor to reinstate, at least on large streets, that we go to cleaning twice a month. Vince Shamel, so that was my first mayor I served with, clean the streets. And if he used to go down Forest Parkway and raise heck about how Forest Parkway looked, okay? And it matters when people live in your city, they want to see their city be clean. And so that was not very smart. And you make the citizens live with it. And maybe where you live, people don't walk and they don't throw trash. And you're lucky because you have all the people like the 13th ward, she gets out and does cleanups and things. I used to do that when I was a young new alder person. I can't do it as much anymore, but just having more street cleaning on Natural Bridge, Kings Highway, Gravois, South Broadway, South Kings Highway, Hampton, that makes a lot of sense because you got people and traffic going through there. So I do understand why sometimes the person who's the commissioner might have to get in and do stuff because the other people are out doing the work. So I'm not taking up for it that he's doing right. I'm just saying, I know that to be a fact myself, okay? And I've been on street since 1991. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Flake. Yep. Unmute. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Yep, no problem. So essentially on opportunity 3, I think the recommendations are already in place. You know, they just want us to document better. I believe we're already doing that. And the other thing with the opportunity 3 was, you know, we're not auctioning cars either fast enough, or there's a few that may or may not get auctioned this week. You may have seen on the tour of City Tow, we have a lot of cars that may be boxed in by 3 or 4 cars. And just with our turnaround and obviously our staff, sometimes if they're boxed in by 3 or 4 cars and we're trying to get to the one at the back corner, we may not get that car at the auction this week. Our goal obviously is, because we need and want as much room as possible, is anything that's eligible for auction, we're going to put it on auction. Some of them may go through the process, and we also figure out, which is what we figured out in a couple of them, that as we pulled them for auction, they didn't have a vent that we could find either in the door or the dash. So what do we have to do with those? Actually, it was 3 of them out of that were noted in this observation that didn't have a vent. So as soon as we figure that out, we got to turn it over to auto theft and let them process it. And I mean, it's definitely not because of a lack of a want to get rid of cars, and just the whole, as it's mentioned in their report several times about this total projected lost revenue. If we're in possession of the car and it's sitting in an auto theft bin or even police hold bin or whatever it might happen to be, I don't see a loss of revenue there. I don't really know how we come to that. I would understand that if we were talking about the big picture, because if we got rid of these 20 cars, we'd have room for 20 more cars, which would actually lead to a loss of revenue, but that's never mentioned in any of this.
Okay. I have a question about that. I talked to Mr. Young earlier when I became the chair in April. And at that point, I think he was thinking that the workhouses would be closed. And he was talking about that we were at, you know, getting close to maximum amount of places to tow cars. Are we in that spot right now? And do we need to be looking at acquiring more land if we're going to tow the way we're supposed to?
I think there was maybe 3 months out of the last 6 years, 7 years, that we were actually in a place where we actually had some room. I believe our tow lot, in my opinion, should hold about 800 to 850 cars at most. Typically, we have 950 or more.
Okay.
And I'm sure you guys seen this on the tour, is that, I mean, I don't even like driving a pickup through there, let alone a tow truck with a car on top and a car on back. I mean, I'm not sure how these tow truck drivers actually do it day in and day out, nighttime, rain, and whatever it might happen to be. So yes, we definitely need more space. And of the police holds, I mean, I get that we hold whatever, I mean, homicide, fatality, auto theft vehicles, whatever it might happen to be. And typically we house about 250 of those. I mean, that's a huge number when it comes to.
In addition, or is that part of the total of the 900 you talked about?
That's part of the total.
And
But,
that all stays right at the tow lot. We don't house them anyplace else. It's at our tow lot.
The tow lot, yes.
Okay. That's
And I mean, it's almost a third of what I would guess our good capacity would be. And I mean, it just adds up. And And we try to do, I guess this works right into opportunity number 4.
Well, let me ask you a question about the police holes. Are they separated in a separate hole?
Yes, typically they are. Like auto theft has their own bin. Fatality, homicide, they have their own bin. And then you get the districts that they have a few holes. Most of them are those top 3 categories, which are probably 150, 180 of those 250. But yes, they're all kept separately, so we don't accidentally auction them or anything else.
Okay. We're gonna try to move it on because I'm long-winded. So let's wrap this one up and try to go speed dial through the last one, okay? All right, so.
So number 4 was essentially the same thing, like I pretty much just covered. And I really don't necessarily understand the audit response on that one either, but a vehicle does not go on police hold without a signature, either on the tow ticket or a little third of a piece of paper that says this is a tow hold. Each and every one of these vehicles that are on hold either have a signature or the third of a piece of paper that says this car should be on hold. There were, I think I said 26.
Yes.
That were not documented in our Regis system. So the button wasn't clicked that they should be on hold. And it's just a little radio button that normal, computer program or application, or it wasn't clicked. And we corrected those at the time that we were going through these. And just kind of the rest of it, just kind of a little background and history is, and that's that we send the police department. We try to do it monthly. Sometimes it's not quite monthly. It's every 2 or 3 months. We send each police captain, each major, public safety director, et cetera. We send them a hold order list of what vehicles we have on hold, and we beg and plead that they release as many as they can. And really, so, and it's and when we enter the hold, it is a manual process on our end, and then we also manually enter it into the police side. So if somebody calls and says, "Oh, my car was stolen," then they can look it up and figure out that no, it wasn't stolen. City towed it for XYZ reason. But I really think that's all the documentation I believe personally is there at any one time. I mean, our hold order list has actually got very specific now. It's what's it on hold for, vehicle identification number, dates, times, make, model, anything you can possibly have on there is all documented. And it's pretty much, I think it's probably one of our biggest headache processes, just because there's sometimes up to 400 cars at one time on hold. That 240, 250 that we currently have.
Okay.
238 that we currently have. Like I said, we do everything we can with PD to try to get most of those through. But when they're being held for pending litigation or what have you, as far as a homicide or fatality, I mean, you've got 90 between homicide and fatality and another 45 for auto theft. And then you probably average 10 or 15 per district, which are actually pretty good numbers. I'm not really sure how we could hold less than that, but just by dealing between us and PD as much as we have to, or the police department as much as we have to, I believe personally that process is very, very well documented.
Okay. Okay, we've been here 5 hours now. We had a lunch break. That for me is a very long time. I know we didn't get to this last document. Streets is going to be back here next Wednesday anyway. I would say to Mr. Bell, Mr. Fletcher, and Mr. Hassan, if one or more of you would like to come, we can go to this document. I just think that it becomes a time of diminishing returns. And I know that people have to do other things. And so if you, no one on the committee minds, I want to thank you, the committee members that have been here. I appreciate it. This is a lot to digest. And I'll tell you, my voice is wore out now, okay? And so I think we need to stop at this point and come back at 10 o'clock next Wednesday. And we'll do this last document first before we bring the other people that will be coming. And if you don't, Mr. Fletcher, if you don't want all three of you to come, if you appoint just one or two, that's fine. I don't want to keep up all your time, okay? I appreciate what you did.
Okay.
Mr. Flake, unfortunately, you and the people from the streets, towing at least, they'll have to come back here, okay?
Yep.
So is there any other person that has an objection to us ending after 5 hours? I want to hear it now. Okay.
I do.
Can we
Okay,
adjourn?
Brandon is gonna, so my vice chair is gonna stay here. You all have to stay because my vice chair, all the rest of us are leaving.
Are we adjourning or just moving to the next meeting?
No, he has an objection, so we're gonna let him stay here and we're all leaving. Okay, but.
Take
if
my
we don't-
objection back.
He retracted it. Okay, so I move that we, what's the word I'm looking for? Because I'm
Adjourn
tired.
till next.
Adjourn
Thursday.
until our next meeting. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. Thank you everyone. We appreciate you. And you'll be hearing from me.